Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We are getting it started with our playoff season today. So our very first matches of Rainbow Six will be kicking off the week and the next week to come after that as well. I'm Treasure. I'm joined by the bombastic McCready. How you doing, McCready? Oh, I think McCready might not be coming through right there, but we do have a bracket to be looking at here. We've got BGSU and Hawkeye Community College playing up tonight in the Champions Division. Let's see, can we check out the bracket there, and while we get him sorted out here real quick. Oh, okay. I guess we'll go with the lineup instead. Okay. BGSU, though, they've got Butters, Just a Ginger, Flagella, Vanruz, and It Is Oven playing tonight and playing out the rest of the season here. And again, since it is playoffs, we're sitting in quarterfinals right now. So every single one of these matches is going to be the last match of the season for one of these teams. So they've got quite a bit on the line here with that championship just a few matches away. Yeah, this is a nice, varied age team. One of the players here is going to be playing for their last time in the season here in playoffs. So Just a Ginger is a senior. They're going to be replaced ostensibly the next season by one of their fellow classmen, and they might have some newcomers as well. But overall, an experienced team that's placed well previously.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. On to the flip side, though, obviously, they have to have an opponent, don't they? And let's take a look at that opponent. It is Hawkeye College, if I am not mistaken. I'm not. Wonderful. The Hawkeye Red Tails joining us. Hazard Bear, Lobster, Wagons, Pete, and Atlas. And now that I can't be here, Treasure, it's a pleasure to be joining you. And with this first game of these playoffs, I'm very excited to get into it. Let's take a look at some of the stuff these players are doing. Let's start looking at this bracket. Let's see what we expect to happen.
Yeah, it's nice to have your voice back with us in addition to your beautiful face that we got to see a little bit earlier there. So, as you'll see on the bottom left there, we got BGSU Orange and Hawkeye Community College, the number 3 and 6 seeds in their division. So, they're playing to get up into Purdue Black, and they have seeded into a bye round, just as their number 1 seed St. John's did. So, they did quite well in the regular season. These two teams did make it out into playoffs with a pretty disparate records here. So, as the number 3 and 6 seeds, we have BGSU sitting on a 5-2 record from group stage, while Hawkeye Community College has that 2-5 record.
Yeah, and obviously the team that wins this match will be going up against Purdue Black next week, that number 2 seed. And let's be honest, that's a big, big challenge. If you know anything about the NA collegiate scene, you know who Purdue are. You know, they go alongside other teams. I believe it's Akron. Yeah, they're a big name. Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, but Purdue, they're a big name. If you're going up against them, you need to bring your A game, and no better place to actually start that out and show that you have what it takes with this first game. So BGSU Hawkeye, are you able to deal with the best of the best? Well, let's find out. We're going to find out tonight.
Yep. And we have our map bands already coming through here, so we can check out where we're going to be heading for tonight's match. So right off the bat there, our first one is going to be Oregon, followed by a pretty similar pick there in Clubhouse. So you can tell that these teams have some similar sensibilities, right?
Yeah. I mean, Oregon, Clubhouse, they're very default maps, realistically, in my opinion. I look at them and you go for the basics. They've just started the playoffs. They don't want to go for anything risque, and that's why I see CAF and Chalet go. I find Cafe is a bit of a Marmite map. I'm not sure if you understand what I mean by that.
Well,
Yeah?
I know what Marmite is, but I don't know
Yeah.
what that means
Right.
about it.
In
So
the
you have
UK,
to
with Marmite, you either love it or you hate it. And I feel like CAF is one of those maps you either love playing it, you cannot get enough of it, or you like me, you absolutely hate it. You do not want to touch it at all with a 10-foot barge pole. You avoid it. I feel like that's what we're seeing from Hawkeye, from BGSU, actually. They've got very similar logos. Chalet, a very similar map, actually. I think it's one of those where if a team can get the vibe of it very quickly, then they'll start playing it. But I think, realistically, we're looking at the basics. That's where we're going to Oregon and Club.
Yeah, and you might notice, and to touch on it lightly here, our decider map is going to be Coastline if we do get that 3 map in this series. So Coastline is going to be pretty darn different from Oregon and Clubhouse. Another more polarizing map, similar to Cafe and Chalet. And if you're kind of keen, you may notice that this is the same map pool that we've been using through regular season. That was a change here in the last couple of days to make sure that we're staying with this. It's just more comfortable for some of the teams. So that's what we've ended up going with. So you'll be continuing to see that same map lineup. It'll be a little bit different from Pro Play right now, but it'll just be for a week or so.
Yeah, it's just to make sure that we don't have teams coming into something that they might be underprepared for or overprepared for. It just kind of keeps things nice and consistent. Everybody's been playing the same 7 maps. We want to keep it that way, but what we do have before we do get into this game is predictions. The question is, Treasure, which way do you lean? I'll tell you which way I go right now. Personally, I reckon Hawkeye are going to go. And I've given them a nickname as well, Treasure. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, I'm curious. What's your nickname for them?
Hawkeye
the Red Tails
College?
is their nickname.
More like Hot Guy College.
Hawkeye,
hit me up. You need a social media guy. I'm available, you know?
Yeah, I think that would be a pretty prestigious degree to have right there from Hot Guy Community College. That's I wish I had that degree. But I'm going to be rooting for Bowling Green State University. I'm a fan of a little bit more of a dynasty, a team that's had a little bit more going for them through the regular season. I'm going to be rooting on that prediction. I like to keep my bets a little safe.
That's fair enough. I love going for the underdog. My predictions are normally horrible. You have not seen my predictions in the SI stuff. There's a reason I don't gamble, and I don't think people should gamble, and that's because I'm no good at it. So I might as well say, screw it. Hawkeye, let's go. Let's win this. Let's take this. You and me, the underdogs. We're going all the way from the bottom to the very tippy top, and well, there's no better place to start other than our first map, Treasure. And that, like we said, is going to be Oregon. We're about ready to get into the game right now. We're just waiting on these 2 teams, and then we can begin it. But look at Oregon. Oregon, very strat-heavy map. Very different to Coastline, our final.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that way. I think, obviously, your basement and your second floor objectives are going to be the bread and butter on Oregon, much easier to defend than the 2 first floor objectives, which can go back and forth depending on bread and butter which on Oregon, much easier to defend than the 2 first floor objectives. Pretty back and forth depending on which are
looking at these operators. The ban phase, it has to happen. Looking at this first attacker ban coming through, is Thatcher being taken off the board. Really not surprising. It's just an operator that you have to get rid of. If you keep that Thatcher on the board as a defensive team, then you let the attackers get a lot of momentum. They can be fast, they can be aggressive, they can skip a lot of those steps in that mental checklist, and you just can't afford to let that happen. Finder's going to be joining you though.
Yeah, I like that, the checklist. It's really how this map is going to be. A lot of these objectives require you to take one step at a time, taking one, I call them miniature objective stuff, like the games room wall on second floor, attic wall, attic control itself, and the second trophy wall. When you're coming through attic, all these are going to establish crossfires into objective and make it a little bit easier for teammates to move up and take more ground to make that inevitable plant actually go down. So Oregon really enthuses that kind of play. Other maps don't need you to go down the checklist and do things one at a time, but this is definitely one that will. And starting on second floor, those same ones that I just mentioned will be relevant pretty quickly.
Yeah, and the operators that have also brought will be relevant as well. We're looking at, well, mine smoke over towards that attic side. Those magnets, those smoke canisters, they can hold off that attic push for a very long time. You said have that games wall, have that open, you can look towards attic. You need to be able to apply that pressure. In attacking and siege, you need to have 2 tips off the spear as an attacking team. Attic, games wall, those are the 2 typical attacking points for a lot of teams. They will go for that position, but having operators like these, they make it a lot more difficult. If you brought that Thatcher, if that Thatcher wasn't banned by Hawkeye, well, BGSU, they'd have a much faster time taking control. This way, they're going to have to go through the gauntlet. You can see over towards attic, 2 ADSs, the smoke playing nearby, the potential of the Wamai holding that position. But the question is, how will BGSU try to counter this? Will they go below? Will they just push in through trophy? Or dare I say, Treasure, will they go up white?
Yeah, that might be a little bit more likely with a lineup like this. A really big thing to notice not being here is the Maverick. That's a very, very commonly picked operator, one of the most commonly picked here. They do have some hard breach to make up for it, but they won't be able to cheese through some of the hard walls like an attic nearly as quickly or as consistently this way. So that's going to mean that these stairs on the northern side of the map are going to be a lot more important.
And so is going to be this early roam game. Hazard Bed looking to take that first gunfight, but is unable to land the shots. Drones and the pre-flowers come through, but nobody's going to land a single shot at the moment. Just backing up, play safe. Relax. That Roma, they know that you're there. They know that they have to deal with you before they go to push onto site. All you need to do is just waste that time as much as you can say. You can see the Sophia start pushing up already. Bandrews, Hazard Bay, he knows, he gets behind, he finds one, unable to find a second. That's going to be Butters getting the refrag. And just as quickly as it started, that first gunfight will have finished. But you're looking at the utility now. That Sophia, they've lost all of those concussions and impact nades. I don't think any were used.
Yeah, that's a shame to see right off the bat from BGSU, because that was a default cam feeding the kill to Hazard Bear, who did waste about a minute of time from the players that were trying to push up and get the vertical pressure and take off the bandit batteries on Games Room wall right there. Looks like without any need for Maverick tricking, probably explosives or at least bullet holes through below have allowed Ace to open up attic wall, which means that we go right back into this smoke play that you were seeing before. There's a lot of investment into attic, so he's got to hold it for as long as possible.
Exactly. If they hold that position, if those ADS is full, that smoke canister goes in the next 30 seconds, that means they can rotate around. That game's wall's open. That's Wamai cannot escape. And suddenly, that plant is ready to go down. The game's wall will get opened up. Wamai will be nearby, and the smoke canister will ring through. As BGSU, they're ready for this push. They just need to time it perfectly. Butters able to find that first frag, is hoping to make that happen. That Yana ARX, beautiful. A wonderful weapon, able to find the smoke, and in doing so opens up attic. Oven yet to find another one, takes away wagons, but Lobster's there with the MP7, finding one. Has to find 3 more though, and that's a very difficult ask at this point. The pings come through, 30 seconds left, they know where the players are. They just have to play time. Pete gets aggressive as Lobster does fall. The 3 versus 1. It's going to get taken away by Owen, and BGSU very comfortably taking that first round. A bit of a shaky start though, Treasure.
Yeah, absolutely, but they cleaned up so beautifully there with that first or that second kill in attic that opened things up so well, because Lobster, stuck in Kid's dormitory, had nowhere to go. Locked between 2 players, that's perfect coverage of all the angles they really needed. The only thing you could really ask for from that point is maybe a player on white stairs, but having 2 up in attic guaranteed that one of the most important spots on the objective is going to be well covered by the 2 of them. Even if your Giannis a little bit low on HP, barely skirting through the smoke grenades and the Legion, that's the perfect player to be losing to the player in Kid's dormitory anyway. So you're losing so much less health that way.
Yeah, I feel like also when you look towards this opening gunfight that we saw in the start of the round as well, I feel like Hazard Bear being the player to fall, that's the right play. I mean, the Jaeger is a typical roaming operator, but why is the question? A 2-speed operator, that full 16C, a very good gun. Plus, all the utility is pretty much dump and forget. You know, you put down the bulletproof, you put down the ADSs, you go roam, you can play your life, your team doesn't lose anything. But you look towards Sophia, you look towards Smoke and Wamai, those operators, the earlier they're taken away, the much more... it's more damaging for your team. And the utility, it's gone. You can't... It either slows you down or speeds up the enemy's push, and it all just kind of snowballs a little bit.
Yeah, this lineup for the defense really encourages staying in one place and getting the mileage for the full duration of the round. You got that Mira and an Echo as well. So the intel is definitely there for the defense, as they're going to be trying to lock down the southern edge here. And with 2 players already pushing down blue, it's already paying off here. That's going to be one of the problems with not banning out the Mira, is that bunker is really hard to deal with when it's like that. Retera getting through is pretty big though, so that's going to start opening up possibilities on the wall, as Wagon's getting aggressive here and getting some damage for it.
Yeah, but the wall that it's opening up on isn't the one that's got the player behind it right now. Wagon's on this kill box window. Get rid of the drones, get rid of the utility, do what you can. Well, you can't find the kill straight away. The flashbangs will come through. No frag grenade to follow, but you can start to get inside. Pete is playing on the roam alongside Hazard Bear, but Wagons is going to fall. Flagella getting the trade, actually. That means we're going to take away the ace of an Hazard refrag to keep that advantage in favor of the attack. But Butters is there to capitalize, and oh my god, it's just starting to fall apart at this point.
Yes, that initial phase that is going really well for Hawkeye Community College, but they were having a hard time keeping things together, especially as they lose individual players. They've got a couple playing behind the site. We've got a closet player in Lobster. He's got that opportunity, but he's not going to find that kill or the collateral. Pete does find one, though, taking out just a Ginger as Butters is putting down that defuse. Pete has to retake site at this point. I think he does have some intel to be working off of and a downed enemy as well. He's going to confirm on that, but it's going to expose him and give away his location. Oven does not wait around to give him more opportunity to get closer to defuse.
Yes, a beautiful crossfire coming through in the post plant. That's exactly what you want to see. That player down in pillars was just... It was a drone. I hate to be insulting, but that player was a drone at that point. Holding that position, the kill comes through, you know he's in rotate. Starts to push forward. Oven, just play the crossfire. He has to take a gunfight with somebody. Might as well be the other player. At that point, the refrag potential was there. That round was over when the plans started to go down, in my opinion. But what's really important for me is...
It's possible, technically.
But
definitely, it's hard to do at that rate.
Yeah, that mirror window going down is where that round ended for me, because we saw that flurry of kills coming through, the trade, and the immediate refrag. BGSU, they were playing on top of each other very, very well. They didn't line up so much from what we saw from Hawkeye. I believe there's a Clack kill coming through. But...
Yeah, you said that the meter going down was pivotal in the loss for Hawkeye Community College, and as I noted, there is some extra aggression in the gunfights. You don't really need to take that. Just having a meter there, even without a player, is going to be pretty oppressive to the attackers. You just have to scare them off and buy some more time with such a forward position like that. Yeah,
it's one of those where you don't have to go peeking, because if that window is still up, it screams out there's a player still there. They don't know whether there's someone behind it or not. They have to assume there is, which means they have to be very, very safe. They have to keep one eye watching it. And maybe just a player over in towards elbow and a mirror window in the E-box could have had a massive impact. Regardless, so we're going to be heading to this top floor, and yet again, Hazard Bear is on this run.
Yeah, he's roaming somewhere very different. The attack has been quite aware that he was downstairs last time. So it is Oven not being ready for this location, while Bandrews was pre-firing on the other side of the map. Hazard Bear strikes from behind. And seeing these gunshots ring through some of the soft walls, he sees an opportunity to start pushing up. He's got a player on that default cam once again, seeing if they can get the same kill as before. But it's going to be a different angle. Butters sees it first, and he finishes it first.
Yeah, being able to find that kill, you get the refrag, you keep your team in the even Stevens game. 2 minutes left on the clock at the moment. Having that bottom floor control, start doing some vertical play. You have Bandrews at this point, you still have that Sophia, the impacts, the concussions, everything you need to start getting these walls open. Time starting to tick down, but not in a position where BGSU are struggling by any means. In fact, they're doing quite well in my opinion. Hawkeye have decided to turtle in, they've decided to bunker. They don't want to get too aggressive. They've seen what happens when they do that. But Wagons gonna be contesting that big window, finding Bandrews. That attic starts to open up at the halfway mark in BGSU. They might try and get aggressive now. Try and get that kill back, get this utility and attic gone. But the ADSs, the smoke canisters, it gives the defense time to adjust.
Yeah, that kill is actually super big. Taking the player off a big window is going to free up the players in dormitory and kids dormitory. Pete getting another one here, taking out just a Ginger, and now Flagella and Butters are both stuck in attic with this cross sight line, and they don't have that player on big window to start crossing over it and adding some more pressure. So just Lobster keeping their attention here is going to start burning down the timer, and it's already starting to look dire for BGSU. They got 50 seconds left to work with here, and instead of using that mechanical drone, it's going to be the flesh drone, and Butters goes down to Atlas's SMG-11. And Flagella is still keeping a fighting chance here, but another SMG-11 kill is going to sting out for Atlas.
Yeah, and the first offensive round is going to be coming through for the side of Hawkeye Community College, and well, that round was certainly hot, wasn't it? They played time very, very well. They kept the attackers on the back foot. I feel like the opening pick on the roam, very, very well done. You took away Who was it again? I'm looking at it. I can't see. It's Oven. I'm sorry. That took me way too long. They took Oven off the board. Oven, the player in the last round, had a massive performance, was able to step up huge in that round. Take it off the board immediately. Suddenly you're pulling away, you're playing it safe, you're dragging them away from actually going through these clears just to try and get a refrag. Very well played, very well timed, and the team, they capitalized upon it very, very well. I'm very happy with how Hawkeye played that. Returning to this bottom floor, though, how are they going to change? What are they going to adjust? In my opinion, it's got to be the aggression.
Yeah, that's got to be the thing here. I mean, it's not a lineup change right off the bat, and it looks like... Oh, okay, yeah. At least a pretty similar lineup change, or a similar utility lineup here as well, and positioning. Miata just shooting out the hole right there. I was worried for a second that might be left open, but no, it's just to make it a little bit harder to get some hard breaching gadgets to go through on that. Just have the chance of running a little bit of denial there. Otherwise, it's going to be the same kind of hold right here. There's a couple of roamers out on the north, and they're looking to deal with players like Butters here coming in through small tower.
Yeah, now this part of the room clear, very, very important. It's something we didn't actually really see from BGSU last time. We focused mainly over towards that blue bunker, but this is where we see the importance of the roamers. If there were any, they could really slow things down. They could really just draw those attackers. I mean, one of my favorite things to do on the defense on this site is you get a player, they play around Zulu, they get up those white stairs. They do that, they draw the attention, they draw the time. Not going to happen, however, but BGSU, they might not be aware of that. They have to drone, they have to check. Failure to do so could lead to that opening pick going in favor of Hawkeye, like we've seen in the last couple of rounds. Osa then Flores will be leading the charge down Freezer, and the rest of the team looking towards that main stairs side. Pretty default. How are they gonna spice it up?
Yeah, Pete here has been massively impactful in the last couple of rounds. And is playing forward. He's taken a couple drones already, so they're pretty aware that he's down here somewhere. That Osa is going to be their attempt to try and just stop him from finding heads here. He's looking for Butters instead, but he's peeled off. He's been playing really safely, which I love to see. He's making sure that he stays on the board, which is especially impactful on that Wamai role because he keeps adding more utility to the team the longer he's in there. And he's got a crossover line of sight here from Lobster, so even if he has to pull back, Lobster still has some eyes. It's going to mean he has to pull off the drone for a second, but he's got a 1.5 times sight and a pretty good gun in his hands in the MP5 SD. Elsewhere, there's some vertical play going on. The E-box hatch has been opened up. Oven taking some damage in exchange, but not quite finding a kill down as he looks through the hatch.
Yeah, really good usage of that MP5K to find boundaries down in Freezer, and then suddenly Pete gets the magnets out. You could play alive a lot longer. A minute left on the clock, nothing left in my eardrums as we do have that wonderful siege bug, but it is what it is. Oven playing on the hatch has the utility. That's going to be Flagella, though, finding Atlas, evening things up at a 4 versus 4. Lobster's able to find a head of Butters. A huge frag opens things up, and suddenly the crossfire's there. Pete goes on the offensive, gets one but not two, and now Juster is stuck over towards that laundry side. You have to deal with Hazard. You don't have the mirror windows to play behind, but you have the Vector. You're unable to find the kills just now, but the yellow pings are there. You have the support of Echo, and while Just the Ginger will push forward, finding one kill, Lobster's on the refrag, gets a second! Hawkeye, a beautiful offensive round.
That gameplay between Pete and Lobster, beautiful to see right there. Lobster picking up, I think, 3 kills in that round, just holding that line of sight, feeding information to teammates as well, really leveling up Pete in the Freezer defense, and it's not like they even had to devote that much resources to it either. It was the perfect answer to BGSU's attack that round. That was everything that we wanted to see from them defending basement once again, and that's going to slow the roll on the BGSU attack. Suddenly things are evened up. They came out blazing on those first 2 rounds, but the defense starting to have their say now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm liking this from Hawkeye, but I feel like it might be a bit of adaptation coming through rather than waking up. Hawkeye, they didn't play for that early roam. They didn't try and have that player above. They turtled in. They kept it alive for those crossfires, the refrags down on that bottom floor. In doing so, they kept all of their aces in their pockets. They didn't give anything away, but right now, kitchen and meeting sites. I've noticed that NA tend to prefer this site compared to kitchen dining, which I think leans a bit towards EU a bit more.
Yeah, it's an interesting little happenstance there. It's not really a different game on either server, but there's some different sensibilities as far as this goes. This is going to require a lot of vertical play, of course. Kitchen has a hatch, and there's also one that's going to directly lead to meeting as well. Neither of them is phenomenal for just dropping into, but the lines of sight and the grenade opportunities these afford the attackers in order to root out defenders from the objective is really what's going to be playing a huge role here. So obviously we do have some players up here, 3 of them dispersed between attic, kids room, and the rest of the objective up there. His sense speed is moving around quite a bit, and he is looking to give some hell to the attackers right here, finding one immediately. Justin Ginger is going to refrag on him, though, taking out that default cam and placing that as a claymore because there are moving defenders up here to be contending with.
Now, but Oven being taken away yet again is a huge kill, but Woggins is going to get another one. Atlas finding 2. It's all down to Butters, and there is a player inside of Dorms. That can end everything, but it's going to be Butters finding that kill. The 1 versus 2, the vertical is on that hatch. Oh, that does not look good. The long arm able to pick it up, but looking at this already, that opening pick going in favor of Hawkeye. Being able to open things up in such a massive way. Well, now Hazard Bear just has to sit here with 81 rounds of absolute destruction. Butters very low HP. They all know that this player's in attic. Butters doesn't want to drop just yet. He knows someone's going to be watching it, so he rotates around.
The SAS operators absolutely devastating through this round. So Butters real lucky to be carrying a slinky there to grab the diffuser from such a long distance. He's just got to stealth his way onto site at this rate. Atlas isn't immediately ahead of him, but those castle barricades are going to belie his location. There are cams available as well. Butters finds that 3rd kill, but he doesn't quite find Hazard Bear. Barely missing out there. We've seen Hazard Bear open up a couple rounds, and now he gets to finish one out.
Yeah, but I think Atlas was the round at that position. Playing that shotgun, able to catch the players who jumped in, get the diffuser, get a 2nd as well while they did pick up the diffuser towards the end. 2 versus 1, really good positioning. The shotgun above was magnificent. The sledge was the first pick. Again, Oven being taken off the board over by Pete. Such a massive frag because... Right, Treasure, we're gonna do a little bit of a low-level theory crafting.
Right.
A vertical take on the floor above a site. You have a sledge. The thought process probably gonna do some vertical, probably gonna open some holes with this.
Alright, I like where you're going.
Yeah. What do you do without a sledge?
Well, it looks like we're playing them for refrags this round, unfortunately. So that's not a phenomenal thing for BGSU to be looking for right there. I mean, they're I don't know. I'm not sure what the thought process was there because I'm not sure where he was intended to be heading right after that moment. But that's a good thing to point out there, that you're not using your sledge in the position he's going to be most usable, and you'd really rather be trading out just about anyone else on your team right there in that position, because he was in a good position for Justin Ginger to find the refrag immediately, which is exactly what you want if you're losing first frag. You keep it even. That's fine. There's no problem with that. Just your sledge on a site where he's that important is going to hurt more than they want.
Yeah, I'd rather Butters was that opening gunfight on a map that, on a site that demands that vertical play. You'll lose your only vertical play. You've got to be a little bit more careful than that. The BGSU, we expect you to come in here a bit stronger, and if you want to be the team we expect to see and we want to see, well, that's something that's going to have to change. But Hawkeye on the roam immediately has a Ben. No! But Atlas is there to cover. Going to be able to find boundaries. The refrag will come through. But for both teams, a 4 versus 4, not the worst case scenario. Attic is going to get opened up. A much faster take coming out from BGSU. The pacing is there. And Butter's going to land the shot onto Pete.
God.
What a shot. Takes away the Wamai and most importantly takes away the initiative for the defense. Now, BGSU, they have the player advantage. They have 2 minutes to work with Treasure. And they have that Attic wall open as well.
That's pretty good, especially with this player advantage to their name as well. Atlas, though, is on a roll and has all 3 Toxic Babes still in the pocket, ready to just keep holding on to this line of sight until someone is going to find that head, or they have to waste through all 3 of the smokes. But none of them still having to be used. He's feeling pretty confident here. There's 2 gunners to be contending with. As long as he can keep that diffuser out, though, it's a win for the defense. There's still plenty of time left on the clock with about a minute and a half left, but the attrition is on BGSU's side.
It really is. And
Oh my
Atlas
god.
with the SMG-11 able to find another kill. The ADS is coming off in support, and 3 versus 3. Atlas, you have done some incredible work on that support player right now, but Butters, you're going to have to pull it out of the hat again. Is it possible to do so? Well, maybe, maybe not. Depends if Lobster can fend off the sledge. Well, yes, we can. Butters is going to be taken away, though. Diffuser's left in Attic. Atlas with the 4th. A huge hit onto the head to take away the sledge.
Now, Atlas just stole this round away. 4 kills, taking out everything thrown his way in Attic and otherwise. He's got the diffuser down there as well. And while BGSU finally has someone on big window to contest and find that cross angle, which would put pressure on Atlas. If anyone could get through Atlas in this round, it's not going to be worth anything with the diffuser gone on the other side and no players over there. Not any drones left for Just a Ginger either, and plenty of resources for the defense. This attrition game has totally gone away, and it's all in the hands of Atlas.
I can't.
Oh, entirely in the hands of Atlas. Oh my god.
Able to find the ace as well. A beautiful round coming out from that SMG-11 smoke main, and my lord, finding heads, buckets, everything. The side switch is coming through the 4-2 split for the defenders. The underdogs even treasure. So I'm going to be taking my check in the mail for that prediction.
Well, we're not there yet, McCready. I'm not going to let you get away with this to win quite yet. And we got a couple more maps to go, I'd say. Anyways, but the 4-2 split, definitely what they're looking for on the defense. And it is going to be more defense-sided typically. It's Oregon. There's lots of very safe angles to be holding. And some of the refrag opportunities just aren't nearly as safe on this map because teams can very easily play off of each other. But we do have to see BGSU now show us what they're going to bring on the defense. And they have to live up to that same caliber of what they just had to fight against from Hawkeye Community College. So they're going to fall out of this map really quickly.
In my opinion, what I want to see from Hawkeye to get the initiative on this and get that early advantage, it's got to be aggression. I want to see them being able to take control very quickly in a round. Something we've seen Atlas do, something that we've seen them go into the Ash, I'm hoping to see again. Looking at this, a few 6-picks are coming out and going for that double hard breach setup, and I feel like this is the right way. Surya gates, Aruni gates, ADSs. It's just, and New Gems, it's going to be a nightmare getting utility through doorways, through windows, through anything you can think of. So, you bring a lot of it. You bring enough to make it disposable, and in doing so, you give Atlas the ability to just get aggressive. You give him that G36. You give him the potential to just walk in, and, well, the info is coming through. They know elbow is clear. They can move into that bunker, but it's going to be a lot more dangerous than if they had the opportunity to go through elbow.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm very excited by a double shield setup in basement. Honestly, there's so many places you can put a shield. Oh. Okay, Atlas. Well, the G3060, usually I'm a little bit critical of the Ash picks when you don't have a Zofia in there. Zofia's just going to add more projectiles. And with a roster like this on the defense, you need them. But just absolutely demolishing Bandries right there. Doesn't even get to play the round. Does have utility that they've set down. So it's okay. They're playing a forward position, kind of playing to die. But they really want more time off of this. And Hawkeye Community College already has that player advantage. They've got some intel to be working off of as well, with line pings going out, and with a player on big stairs is going to start cracking down on the player on pillar pretty quickly.
Yeah, and what we can see right now, we do have these players in towards bunker. While there is some damage going through, nobody's really suffering at the moment. Both teams really confident, although BGSU slightly less, I will concede. Hawkeye, they're in a good position to go for a push. They have that north stairs, they have the laundry stairs, they have that bunker position. If they open up elbow, they could get a crossfire going. Atlas drops down to pillars, covers that long corridor. Lobster over towards E-box. Could get aggressive here. Could go for this push and could be the thing to open everything up. But the camera goes out. The intel is decided to be more valuable. And yeah, I agree. You've got to know what these players are when you go for the execute. 1C4 will go through. Flashbangs sure to follow. The ADSs will get burnt. The drop comes through. The push is taking place. Butters is able to find Atlas. Takes away the top fraggers. Just finds a refrag of Pete. Azabel looks for the kill. Isn't able to get it. Tags up from Freezer. Looks to find something. SMG-11. Oh, Butters finding 3 kills. And then Oven closing down the round almost as quickly as that gunfight started off.
Well, that's not how I expected to see that round going at all, but the defense, especially Butters, really stepping up to the plate against that push that actually finally get to come out from the Hawkeye attack. And you see, one of the biggest things is actually that conservation of players. While they did lose one, and that really starts to weaken up the defense, you don't have that forward playing player, and they even peeled off of Pillar. And I think that's one of the most pivotal things because Hawkeye Community College spent quite a bit of time staring at that pillar. We got the player up on Big Tower Stairs. We've got two of them in bunker, and they're waiting to see someone peek there. And no one was there because I think it was just a Ginger playing on that spot, peeled off pretty immediately after losing their teammate in order to play safe and play that numbers game. Because if you're losing it, you have to conserve. So just waiting and playing their own cross angles was absolutely the move because even with that man disadvantage, with Hawkeye Community College bringing 5 players into sight, as long as you're playing patient and playing very easily winnable angles, you're just going to knock them down like dominoes.
Oh yeah, obviously. Atlas very good getting that opening pick, but now is in those situations where we need to see a little bit more coming out from the team as well. We need to see the players getting ready for these executes. I feel like what we saw was a little bit disjointed in that last attack. Not to talk down on the side of Hawkeye, but it was a little bit disjointed. BGSU, they did a very good job taking advantage of that. They were able to just pick it apart little bit by little bit, getting Atlas out the way very quickly. No doubt a confidence boost as well. You can't deny the mental impact of a player that is having as good a game as Atlas is right now. Take away that player, you have a lot more mental. But Atlas, same place, able to find a quick kill onto Juster, takes that player away. But maybe assuming that this bottom floor is now clear. Well, you got to be a little bit more careful. It's Oven is waiting and ready and finding the kill. Takes away Atlas. That's the Ash gone.
That's a curious couple roamers, but honestly, I think it's worth it at that point. You just need to shut Atlas down because Atlas is suitably carrying the weight of the world right now. And with another kill coming up from Hauser Bear, they're sitting in a really good position. Even if they do lose their top frag right there, Hawkeye Community College is feeling pretty confident. They've opened up attic, and they already have one of those smoke babes out. They've got a cross angle as well from up on top of the building itself, but this means that they've got 3 players dedicated to attic side, so they have to have a couple players that are splitting angles find their mark. And it's going to be actually the kids' dorm window that they're using here, trying to remove that smoke with utility as fast as possible now.
30 seconds left on the clock, and like you said, this utility, it has to go. Have a player on kids window, they can take control. Lobster, if you get on that window and you hold the angles down the exact right moment, you shut everything. But what this side needs, what this take needs, is that player over towards the armory side to really step up alongside Wagons. The smoke canister is going to make that a little bit harder though. But with a minute left, the push has to come through. Pete's trying to get the utility on the wall, but is unable to do so. Because of that, it looks like it's just going to be a good old kill box. Kill zone, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be a nightmare for the side of Hawkeye, but they're going to have to walk into it. Butters on the main stairs, looking for a kill. Also having an incredible game at the moment, so you've got to be very careful with the Goyo, especially when they run that Vector. Utility goes through. A little bit of damage is done onto Flagella, but not enough to persuade them to move away from that position. They're going to have to go for the push now. There are 30 seconds left. Wagon's able to find Flagella. As the bear has to push onto site, the flashbang comes through.
Bomb located by attackers.
Things are starting to sweep up right here. It's Oven is the only player left. He finds a couple for himself right there, finishing off his second. But it's just an onslaught of attackers pouring into objective as Hawkeye Community College finds their first round on their attacking side. Now, it was a really unconventional push that we saw them employ that round. I was pretty curious. If you notice, they had 3 players pushing in between attic and kids' dorms. They just rotated a player onto big window as well, which means that they really locked down on a part of the objective that is really more of secondary and tertiary angles used for attacks. This allowed Butters to play armory stairs for a really long time, which would have been nice if anyone had gone there. It would have really shut down a more conventional attack. So Hawkeye Community College pulling out something BGSU just did not expect at all, and it turns out really well.
Yeah, they read into it very, very nicely, I have to agree, but returning to the site, second time of asking, the question is, will they make the adaptations? It looks like, well, they haven't really got much changes in the lineup, but I don't think that was where
Yeah, I don't think you
saw
need
the
it.
issue. They've got a mute instead of a Goyo, but that makes a lot of sense, actually. They have a Lion, you can play a little bit more aggressive when you know they're going to swing. The Ace is a little bit harder to use, you're forcing the utility. I feel like that, combined with the Thorn, is going to make life a little bit harder when it comes to this aggressive playstyle that Atlas and Hawkeye have been trying to employ, and they've been successful using it. The rounds where they weren't as aggressive are the ones that they've struggled just that little bit more.
Yeah, and the Thorn is a pretty interesting addition here because it's not something that has been as tried as much in the league here, having just been implemented here in playoffs. Nice nade landing there for Pete. And on the other side, just a Ginger finding the opening kill for their own team. And that's Bandrews and Wagons off of the scoreboard. Both of them are really set up to be in more of these kinds of positions. They're players that haven't been performing huge on the kills factor. They're trying to add some more momentum to their teams.
Yeah, being able to find those first couple of kills, well, you like to see it, but as you say, they haven't been put in the best positions. I mean, Bandros being the opening pick in as many rounds as I can remember at this point. Well, we will see Elvin get hot droned in. We're going to try and follow up on it, but that Jaeger doesn't feel comfortable. 2 minutes left on the clock. Time ticking down. And the Roma still being active is actually huge. Atlas can't recover. Pete cannot relax. Both of these players have to be very, very aware. Suddenly they're distracted. When this push comes through, they have to keep an eye on somebody else. If you keep this Roma alive for much longer, well, it's going to be disastrous, and Pete's going to take some damage. Oven can just rotate back to site. Half the round's gone. You escape with your life? Well, you've got to take it.
No, that is actually huge for the defense here. They don't need to spend so much more time on the first floor at this point. They've wasted so much of the round, and it looks like Hawkeye Community College was almost lost for a while there with both Atlas and Pete just trolling through the first floor, trying to scoop up some sign of that roamer. And once they do start to try and get into the site itself, it's going to be a little discombobulated here with Lobster pushing some dangerous angles without any support from other sides. And he's going to die right there to the angle. It's going to be Flagella making the impacts on the smoke this time, as the defenders are looking a little anxious to find these kills. They're pushing up a little more. There's some feet seen right there, and Pete's going to go down. He doesn't really get to find anything that he's been looking for this round. It's up to Atlas and Hazard to try and make something work. They just have to run right in. Just a Ginger finds another one there with the EBR, and it's Atlas all alone and deep in the smoke babes now.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is while the pre-fog does come out. That smoke cannon is going to take the damage. Often pushes through, finds those kills, and closes out that round. Simply put, I've got to say, Hawkeye, good round coming out. They tried to keep with that aggression that they've been using throughout the game so far, but it didn't feel like it had that bite. It didn't have that coordination that has been so successful. I mean, that round, like you say, they played aggressive, but it wasn't controlled. They had to play a fall very quickly. I feel like that rattled them a little bit. Some of them started to peek a few questionable angles. We saw somebody, like 2 people down below trying to do vert. It didn't really come together in the same way you wanted it to, like in the other couple of rounds. But BGSU, they got aggressive. They got on the front foot as well. In doing so, they managed to upset Hawkeye a little bit, and they took control of that. And that's really, really good. That's something I want to see from one of these top tier teams in the league.
Yeah, we didn't get quite a chance to see those kills from just a Ginger, but those were really impactful there, and the team ran away with the momentum. BGSU playing a little more to their own game, playing a little more of that standard siege. It's Oregon, you can hold the angles. That second floor site is very nice to you if you're able to burn some time on the roam, because there's a lot of those miniature objectives, a lot of hard breaching that has to be done by the attackers.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where we can see a lot of this coordination really coming into play. Now, look towards the spotted floor, look towards the operator setup. Nothing special coming out from BGSU, the exact same lineup that they had last time. But I feel like Hawkeye, this is the time to really step things up. This is where you look towards that coordination, where you look towards that game plan and say, right, clear out these roamers. We know where the Jaeger is. Let's get to work. We need somebody over towards that split side to cut them off as well. You can't have Atlas running in on his lonesome. Jaeger might be able to escape, but that's perfectly fine because you haven't given away anything. You haven't gained it, but you haven't lost it at the same time. Atlas moving forward will be on the hunt though, wants to find this kill, wants to get something. They've been a bit quiet recently actually, since they went on the attack, only able to find that one pick out of 10 so far. A minute's already gone. These Roamers doing a massive job as Oven's able to find Atlas as well. A minute wasted, the Ashmane off the board, and while Pete will be able to find a refrag, that's a lot of damage that you've got to make up for.
Yeah, these trades come out on either side. Roamers having some mixed success right here. What I really want to be seeing from Hawkeye Community College, they're pulling ahead right now as Hazard Bear finds one, but just a Ginger finding an open for the team once again as well. They're just not getting that hand-in-hand droning and picking on the early rounds. It's making it inconsistent dealing with Roamers. That's what really was their downfall last round. But pulling away with getting a couple more off picks this round, they've brought it down to just the last two SAS operators, but Butters has been on a tear. He's watching a tight little angle into electrical box where there's a couple of players waiting to push up. I think Hawkeye Community College is going to take this time. They have over a minute to their name still. They have that time to drone in. They've got, well, at least one drone and maybe some zero cams as well to help out with that. They have to make use of that intel that they have because that's going to be their biggest asset right now.
Whereas BGSU, they're going to be looking at the time, repositioning. What do they know? How can they deal with it? Well, you can take away these zero cams. They know he's down over towards that bunker. The drone does go forward. So does Wagons. Starts to move forward slowly, takes away the mute jammer. Butters able to find Hazard Bear. 2 versus 2. Suddenly this is winnable for the defense. It's a very good position. I want to see Butters move to Freezer, but that's going to be Pete able to find the kill. A bit more success than the last round. And now these two attackers, they can push together. That's exactly what they're going to do. Flagella, though, backs up, goes towards Highway. I don't think Pete knows. Going to start moving forward. Looks for the default plan. Isn't able to spot it. Oh, can't find Pete either. Hawkeye's going to be able to take that kill and take the round. And a little bit too close to my liking. I feel like when they went for that post plan, Pete, I would have liked to see him swing over to Laundry. I'm not going to lie. You have that cutoff.
Yeah, they're looking a little worrisome there, especially if we're going to see Butters stay up. He was looking devastating there, but just eventually getting flanked out. I mean, the 2v3 is not going to be treating them too well, but Hawkeye Community College won that one out, even though they let time be their enemy with the man advantage. They had not enough drones there. The drone economy keeps taxing them as well. So while they are up here on match point, we're seeing some things that could definitely be tightened up.
Yeah. Match point, by the way, here for Hawkeye. What I believe it is their map pick. I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, though, it has been anyone's map, actually. They're on match point, but BGSU have had some really good performances as well. They picked up those opening 2 rounds in the start. When they've been able to really disjoint Hawkeye, they've done very, very well. That's something I've noticed.
Yeah, and something that's really going to come down to that, like just keeping the other team on their toes. This is BGSU's map pick. So if we go, well, when we go to Clubhouse, that'll be something that we can assume Hawkeye Community College is more comfortable on. The one that they've picked. So Bowling Green really does not want to be losing this one. They have to find that rallying point in these next couple rounds to take this to overtime so that they can win out on their map. Right off the bat, they've got some drones to their name, so that's a good start. They've got the double shield set up once again, and the roam has been a big problem for Hawkeye Community College. So if they're able to just waste all of that time on positions like Bandry's out here on stairs, that's going to be pivotal to winning out.
Yeah, they have to play that perfect game, and there's only one way to do that. That is by having coordination. That is by having this droning. Just perfect. Just take it out. Don't let them get away with anything, but Pete's going to be able to find the opening kill. Oven off the board. That Roma. Jaeger's gone now. Bandrus is able to find that refrag, but Wagons has got one of their own. 3 versus 4. It looks like Hawkeye, they're going to have this. They're going to roll with it. That player in pillars is going to take the damage. Doesn't land that killing blow. You just need one more bullet. But so close yet so far. Banjo's able to find Pete, though, will be able to even things up. You pull back to sight, you play it safe. You do not have any time, any leeway to waste. This has to be done perfectly.
The defense isn't quite sure where all the players on Hawkeye Community College are at this point, but they're a little further away from objective than Hawkeye would like right now. Butters is still watching blue, and we've seen him be pretty darn scared with an SMG-11. It's a big upgrade here to the MP5K, and he's got a nice angle here, so he's just waiting for that step up. He sees the head for a moment, but doesn't quite find it here. Lobster has a soft wall over here to be contending with, but nothing other than that a little explosive to open up with. It's not going to open a big enough hole to actually walk through or anything. So despite having the Mav trick off, Hawkeye Community College can't get into storage room there at all. But Hazard Bear will find a mark on Butters, getting him out of here because he's going to step up too far towards E-Box Hatch, dropping down right here. A great lineup of guns in his hands, it looks like. Hazard Bear's looking for another frag to finish this thing out. Flagella here is going to be dealing with the smoke going down, while Bandrews moves up to try and make a play. He's been most of what the team has had to bear in this round, but it's just not going to be enough as they just get outplayed by Hawkeye Community College here on basement to finish out the map.
Hi there. Hello? What the hell do you think you're doing? We had a player over towards that freezer side. Hazard Bear had the attention, aware of this player, and in doing so, they looked towards it, but they looked away. They pushed up highway. Suddenly that player started to move in, looking to try and do something. Hazard Bear just on another level. Very, very well played by Hawkeye. I really enjoyed watching that on Oregon. But like you said, Treasure, we still have another map to go. That's Clubhouse. That's their map pick. And if they're able to win that out on Oregon, well, Clubhouse is not looking great for BGSU. However, they do have a lot of positives, don't they?
Yeah, we've seen them really shine on some defensive rounds where they were just able to fully shut down Hawkeye Community College. But Hawkeye Community College showing us some really great adaptation over the course of the round. And when they're not getting shut down by roamers, they just shine absolutely. They've got that well-timed execution onto site consistently, and some players that can really shine and fly above their station, especially Atlas. There we've seen steal away entire rounds, even with that ace in round 6.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely huge players coming through, but I think the player I want to highlight is Owen on the side of BGSU, being able to find opening picks. Honestly, the way that I saw it, if Owen died early on in the round, then that round was pretty much a loss. He was my win factor for the side of BGSU, but they took control of aggression when they were able to make Hawkeye uncomfortable. That was when they won rounds. I feel like in our third map, Coastline, that's going to be great, but we've got to get to Coastline first. Oregon has just been completed. Our second map is going to be Clubhouse, but we are going to be taking a short break, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, an explosive Oregon, a wonderful clubhouse on the way to come, and quite possibly on map 3 on Coastline. I'm McCready, joining me is Treasure, and a wonderful way to kick off our playoff season. Not a 7-0, not a 7-1, but a 7-4, and a very good game to start it off. Well, we've got 2 more on the way potentially, depending on how this next map goes, Treasure.
Yeah, Bowling Green right now, they're in a rough spot. They did not lose a map previously to Hawkeye Community College when these two matched up in the group stage. So already the pressure is on being at that match point, especially against a team that they were going to go into this feeling a lot more confident about. So we're going to hop right into Clubhouse here, and BGSU, they have to play to win this map right here.
Yeah, they do not have a choice, quite simply. They have to win this out. If they do not, well, pretty much they get knocked out. They get their position locked in, but unfortunately they do not progress to face Purdue Black next week, which, let's be honest, is the goal of both two teams here today. What we are going to do, though, is jump into this game. We do have map bans. We do have to see who isn't going to be on the board, and I'm going to go for a few guesses. We're going to see a Thatcher Maverick ban. That's kind of the way these things go. Yeah, Thatcher's going to be taken off first.
Yeah, not surprising at all. I think maybe I've seen a lot of Jackal in this spot as well. I think the last 6 of them I've had on Clubhouse have been Jackal. Oh, but we're both going to be wrong because the Finca going out again. But I think they've traded on this. I think it was actually Hawkeye Community College that took out the Finca last time. And Finca has been really strong recently. She's got the 2 frag grenades. She's got the Gon 6 as a secondary for a count of 3 explosives to add to the team. She's got an LMG. We are all pretty aware LMGs are kind of busted right now, which is why we see so much Finca and Zofia right now. And as if all of that wasn't enough, she's got her own gadget to add to that. She's got permanent healing, which, if you're timing it right, is going to be able to add 60 health to each of your teammates, multiply that by 5, and that's a lot of healing you can get over the course of a round.
Yeah, if you're able to bring that to the board, well, it's something very, very effective. What we are going to do, though, is we are going to be jumping into a very quick rehost because the sides might be a little bit mistaken. Clubhouse, though, let's take a look very quickly. I feel like for the sakes of seeing things, they're not going to be sticking to those operators. But the bans, they stay the same. The Cade ban, leaving Habana on the board, the Cade bans, that's huge. The Habana's on the board, Cade's available. No, not available, sorry.
Yeah, so I think the Maverick, you mentioned that might be a banned operator. He's pivotal whenever you're going to be in this situation. He opens up the wall, especially on CCTV wall, which we're going to be seeing pretty likely right off the bat. The defense was already locking that in, although I guess it's going to switch anyways since the sides are wrong anyways. But CCTV, very commonly the first objective played by most teams. So not having Kaid on that role is not anything most teams will be unfamiliar with. He's very, very often banned, probably the most pivotal defender on the map.
Yeah, I feel like looking at that operator, well, suddenly a lot of things have changed about this bottom floor site, most importantly. You look at that and you say that kitchen hatch, a lot easier to deal with. The impact trick has to be used. You don't have to clear that utility anymore because the K-Claw the only thing that can get that hatch. Then when you look over towards CC itself, like you were mentioning, well, the breach is a lot easier to get. You can go below, you can't hide those bandit charges anywhere, and sneaky like you can with the K-Claw. So you have to try, get below, get that utility, which lends itself into a myriad of problems for attackers if you have a roaming style defense. If those defenders are roaming, well, life gets made a lot harder. Think about that Logi office for the bottom floor. Think about lounge for CCTV. This is where the ban phase really starts to cause problems for whichever team does not have their control.
Yeah, and some other operators that we see adding quite a bit of effect. We saw Castle getting locked in right there. That was a little bit interesting. So we'll be able to revisit it in 6 rounds when we do get that side swap, because while BGSU isn't our starting attackers, Hawkeye Community College showed us already that they're interested in throwing out that Castle on CCTV, which is a little more uncommon to see. And like you said, the bandit batteries are going to be locked into one position. They have to be right there on CCTV wall. So if you're able to just open up CC window, then you actually can get a line of sight directly to the bandit batteries and just start shooting them out. So that's going to be one of the things, as well as probably some other hallways and maybe some additional windows that those castle barricades are intended for, just to slow things down and burn away some extra utility if there isn't a sledge being brought.
Yeah, and I feel like this is where we're really going to start, like I said, really going to start to see things really stepping up. But Thatcher and Finker, well, that leaves Maverick on the board, and leaving that Maverick on the board, that gives the attackers a lot of opportunities, actually. I mean, we've talked about how strong it could be for the defensive side with the K not being on the board, but you have the roam game. But when you look towards the attackers, that Maverick can make very, very short work of a wall, can get rid of these bandit charges very, very quickly, even, or maybe a mute jam it, so you've got to have that coordination. A defensive team or attacking team with Mavericks on the board, whichever way it goes, the winning team is going to be that tighter coordinated one. That one that is very much aware of what's happening, what the game plan is, and how they're going to do it. For example, if you're going to Maverick that breach, you need to have somebody covering it or ready to shoot the utility. You get off that breach very, very quickly. You open it up with a Buck, Ash, Zephyr, whatever you bring. On the flip side of the defensive team, you've got to be able to have the coordination, double peeking, somebody covering it. What's the plan once this wall gets open? Because with a Maverick, 9 times out of 10, it is going to be opened. So, what's the play?
Well, like you said, they are like we went over earlier. This is the map choice of Hawkeye Community College. They're up a map, which we didn't really expect so much. They're the team that has the down record, the 2-5 versus the 5-2 team, and they were able to win on Bowling Green's map. So this one is going to be flipping. BGSU, once again, is going to be starting on defense. This is a more advantageous side on this map since it's very similar to the last one on Oregon. So they're going to be looking to get as much off of this that they can get that momentum going. They started off really well on the last map, so they need to have that, and they need to be able to execute on it more and keep the momentum after round 3, because Hawkeye Community College ran away after team 3, and if that or after round 3, and if that happens again, I don't see this being a series that BGSU can stay in.
Yeah, I feel like if we see Hawkeye start to get that momentum early on, that's going to be very, very difficult. However, it's not, it's not set in stone. I mean, BGSU, Oregon was their map pick, but maybe they are a better club team and just don't know it. Maybe Hawkeye, they're a little bit confident about what's coming out on the board, but a few interesting picks already that we're going to be looking at. Cali, going to be brought out, and with this 6-pick feature, Treasure, actually, there's not really that much danger for the fact that the site is actually on the bottom floor. Wagons can always swap out, or indeed still keep that operator. You don't need a Maverick, you don't need a Thatcher when you've got a Cali. Question is, what's it going to do?
Yeah, this is definitely a roster that's looking to call out a CCTV hold. The fact that we're going basement here right off the back means that we're going to be seeing some switches from Hawkeye Community College if anything that I've seen is going to be indicative here. So that Cali's going to have a hard time having any impact on basement. So right off the bat, switching there to the KB. She's going to be a good answer to the cams that are being brought. For the Jella is bringing Maestro cams, which are good for plant denial. They see through smoke, preventing a quick smoke plant or anything of that sort. And he's just going to be bringing that great gun. We saw some great plays from Maestro in our previous map as well. And this isn't a lineup that's going to be crazy roaming like we were talking about. There was a possibility of, especially on basement. This is going to be one that's a little more mixed. They're going to have a little bit of roaming and quite a bit of players anchoring downstairs.
Yeah, but this is more of a typical setup for this site. You have a Vigil playing over towards CCTV and Rafters, take that early engagement, player over towards Lounge, they're perfectly situated to join in, getting involved, be that third party that you want to have at a gunfight. You want to set these crossfires in. Oven, you're just going to miss the attackers. But they're very much aware that you're there. They know they have to roam clear you, and you are running out of places to hide. So you've got to think of somewhere to go very, very quickly. Butters, on the way to help out, is coming down these main stairs, but nobody's really getting the that first gunfight, I say, until Wagons, posted up on the ladders, is able to take them out. Oven's now very much aware that you are playing for your life. There is no way out of this alive. Just try and take some of them with you.
Yeah, Butter's really excited to go and help the teammate, but unfortunately going down there, crossing over, not anticipating there being so much coverage from Hawkeye Community College on their roam clear here. So this puts Oven in a really rough spot. They know he's here still, even though they've taken off his teammate. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He just has to push an angle here and hope for something. He's going to get it too, removing Pete once again. And we've been seeing a series of early deaths from the Sledge players. Oven goes down here, leaving the attack at an advantage here. They don't like that they've lost Pete, but that's livable. It's going to hurt their vertical coverage from Kitchen, but there are worse things to be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Atlas running that Jackal. Worst case scenario, you walk over with that secondary shotgun. Now, here's what I talked about with Hibana. You can use those 2 Hibana pellets on the hatch. You can open it up, and while you do have Justa with those impact nades, Sunny's run out. You've got to rotate that Maestro. But here's the magic part. Hazard's still got 2 more. So it's a very difficult situation as a defender to be in. You're very much aware that dirt tunnels just opened up. Justa will be taking that gunfight. We'll be looking to get the kill, but it's going to be Lobster winning this out. Atlas will go down. Hazard can help out, but BGSU, 2 players left. They're not in a position to go for it. Hawkeye, they're going to be able to walk onto the side. Hawkeye College, well, they have to just take control, start to push forward, have a little bit of time to deal with. While Atlas can be revived, it's all about that little bit of questioning. They're using this time very, very well. They're droning. They're getting the information. They know they want to push, and they're about to do it. Treasure.
Flagella here trying to find some additional options, or at least bait out something by opening up the wall right there. This is great right here. That's a winning play. Taking out Hazard Bear as soon as the plant's going to be going down. That's going to be buying as much time as possible. The timer's going to be quite low enough to win the round off of it there, though, and Banshee is going to go down for his efforts. Atlas is going to be the one putting down the plant. Instead, Flagella stuck in Church is the only player left. Hawkeye Community College taking over Armory so quickly has just been a death sentence, as Wag is going to get a second kill with the pistol here to finish things off. Feeling pretty confident in Main Hall, as Hawkeye Community College is starting to just steamroll with the momentum they bought from map 1.
Oh, they really are. Being able to find that first kill coming out from Wagons, I feel like BGSU, they wanted to take that first gunfight. They wanted to get it stuck in very early on, but it just didn't work out for them. We saw Butters getting picked off straight away. It's Oven tried to make something happen, but couldn't, ended up getting taken away as well. That basically led to BGSU. They had to bunker in, they had to hold the position. That led to Hawkeye being able to take a bit more control. They took map control, they opened up hatches. They felt very, very comfortable, and they were allowed to get aggressive on their own terms. An attacking team shouldn't be able to do that. Gym Bedroom, though, this is the site where a lot of teams actually struggle with that. They struggle being comfortable on this site, because let's look at it from a strategic point of view. This is a tiered defensive setup. You look at it, cache to construction to bedroom to gym. It's all layered. If you run a mirror window in that as well, but BGSU are, but if you do run one, it makes life even harder. You have footholds in construction.
5 seconds left.
You could cover that entirely. They have to really put in a lot of work if they want to take control of this. And a good attacking team can make it happen.
Yeah, the attack, they've got that hard breach. They didn't bring it initially, looking to instead bring a little more fragging power. But Lobster with the Thermite is going to be looking to open up most likely directly onto Jacuzzi wall to open up that secondary line of sight, because extension into cash room is going to be a little better served by the fragging operators on the team. Interestingly, this is Butters on the castle playing the Vigil last round, so he's probably trying to fix up those castle barricades and then play the fragging role, because he's been a pretty heavy hitting player for his team so far. So look for maybe some big UMP plays if we get to see him continue on.
Yeah, but the drone coming into Logi will be trying to cut things off, and if they get a drop into Logi and Atlas is able to take control while they open up that Jacuzzi wall, which is the play that they're going for, this can be actually round winning. We can get control of Logi. It's cut off. They don't have a rotate, which means Atlas can get very, very fast control. Get over towards main stairs. Cut off this rotation. That's exactly what's going to happen. Able to find one player. Looks for the second. Cannot land those shots, but they know that you're there. The wall gets opened up, and while Flagella can find one kill. Looks for a second. Can't make it happen. That's going to be just so Pete on the reflag. It's a flurry of frags on Gym Bedroom side, but as the dust settles, a 3 versus 2 in favor of Hawkeye. We saw this last time. Will we see them pick up the round again? Banju's pushing up, aware of these players.
Oh, he's not aware of the player that has pushed in, though. He's going to fall off just to be safe, as his location has been pinged out. Coming right back at a really bad time, but he's going to come out with a couple kills out of that. Wagons is suddenly alone outside while Alice was able to clear up a great opportunity for the team, the rest of the players not going in immediately allowed them to start siphoning in. And while Bandrews is down, Just a Ginger has a great oversight on the diffuser right here. He's going to hear that grenade going off. Ed is going to take the teammate, but Wagon's location is known. This is a great angle to be holding. Oh, jeez. That one almost gave me a heart attack there, Just a Ginger.
Ooh.
Great with these semi-automatic weapons, as we've seen throughout the last map, is going to find it there without having to actually give me a stroke there. That's gonna raise my blood pressure though, missing the first couple of shots, not quite finding them. But BGSU is gonna stay in there, finding themselves very resilient in the face of some scary plays forwarded by Atlas.
Yeah, very aggressive, very fast-paced plays coming out from Hawkeye, but we did see BGSU being able to refrag very quickly. As soon as that player came down into Logi, the crossfire was there very quickly, actually. I mean, Butters, very, very well done, got towards that construction, got those prone holes, and made them work the other way. Doing that, you at least are able to shut off that second point of the attack that I talked about all the way in Oregon. You need to have that second point. For Hawkeye, it was logistics. If they were a little bit safer, or that they dropped together, maybe it would have been a different story, but not the one that we're watching. Very, very well played coming out from the side of BGSU, but they are returning to that bottom floor site, the one that they've lost already. Honestly, what's the change in this? I feel like maybe a little bit safer roaming.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here. I think all of this really predicated more on Hawkeye Community College's attacks. There's been some rounds where they eschew some of those more default plays and do something out of the box. I'd say that was one. They totally ignored the extension out into Cash Room, fully focusing on Jacuzzi and logistics, which typically is going to be about 2/3 of a healthy attack. And we saw it kind of hurting them in the end because they didn't have any leverage to use for the 3 players on Jacuzzi, especially if you're going to line up a couple players' heads to get shot in a row. It's worked for them before, though. We've seen them take advantage of BGSU, totally surprising them on second floor dormitory objective on the last map. So it's not a terrible, terrible play, but it is going to be a little less consistent, leaving yourself open to BGSU being really quick on their reasoning and their decision-making.
I'm going to go completely the other way, actually, and talk about this Jackal. I really like the aggression that bringing a Jackal allows to a team, and you can see Atlas is trying to take complete control of it, trying to use it to the best ability. Jackal and Nomad, they fulfill very similar roles, but a team that would prefer Jackal is one that's more aggressive and more comfortable pushing fast to cut off roamers. I feel like Atlas, very, very happy to do that. Very, very willing to get stuck in and get dirty. And you can tell, BGSU, they played it safer though. They have backed up, they have decided to just not take that opening gunfight. They tried it last time, it didn't work out, but Oven gonna look away at the worst possible time as we see Atlas moving over towards kitchen, looking to get the floor bang. It's not gonna happen. Just start the vertical play, look towards main stairs. Oven's able to find 1 kill because he doesn't, and that means Lobster, well, Heartbreach gadgets are going to have to get used. You know the players over towards main stairs. What can you do? Time is ticking down, Treasure.
Yeah, this is 2 minutes down by the wayside, but they're up a player, and it's Atlas, no doubt, who's just been shut down pretty consistently over the course of this map so far. The rest of the defense is going to be huddling down in the basement for the most part. It's Oven, though, is the one player playing a little further up. He's got his second kill on the round, and finally, Pete is able to shut him down, making sure there's no one on the main stairs anymore, and he's got a nice hole right here. He knew that there wasn't going to be any escape for Elvin. He kept that hole open and was just holding the line of sight to make sure that none of his teammates were going to be killed by that. He's on 1 HP himself right now, or maybe 2 at this rate, and they're playing down a player with 30 seconds left. So this is going to get really tense as they have to find that drop opportunity. Butters finding Pete as well makes this almost undoable as Hazard Bear is left all alone. Just a Ginger finding yet another one, and Hazard Bear has been playing kitchen the whole round, doesn't really have a lot of intel to be working off of on other objectives. They got the soft destruction, but this diffuser isn't making it downstairs.
Yeah, Hazard Bear isn't going to be able to find this win. Time's ticking past that point of no return, especially with 4 defenders still left on the board. You look for a kill if you could get one. You're able to get Bandrews, but yeah, they're just going to play for time. They're just going to play it safe. Look at these angles. It's just not going to happen. And I think genuinely that round, it came down to the fact that North Stairs wasn't checked. Oven was allowed to play on main stairs for way, way too long. It wasn't cleared out. You had a Jackal on the board as well for the side of Hawkeye. that's just BGSU reading into where Hawkeye wanted to play, what they wanted to focus on. They said, well, they got a fast take. They took control of Kitchen very quickly before. Oven, hold those main stairs. See what you can do.
Yeah, I gotta say, a minute and a half into the round and getting killed from main stairs, unless that's a flank, that's not something that should happen. The information should have been out on that player already, so that was a big oversight for Hawkeye Community College, and the pressure that was gained from it, even if Oven didn't get much more, he did make it out with 2 kills, just to continuing to play main stairs with no pressure. Well, here we're on CCTV there. I'm not sure what happened there with McCready. Oh, okay, I see. Anyways, we're moving upstairs here to the opposite side, and Bowling Green has been finding what they've been wanting these last 2 rounds. Shutting down Hawkeye Community College pretty decisively in these 2 back-to-back. It might be a little bit of opposite story of what we saw before, with Hawkeye Community College winning early this time as opposed to Bowling Green. And they do have the defense to their side as well, so they have to make as much of this time they have on the advantageous side as they can. It's going to be Butters playing pretty aggressively here. He hasn't been able to shine as much as he did last map, so trying these opportunities to find early games is definitely going to be an advantage for him, especially playing an operator like Thorn where he's got utility to just set and forget.
Yeah, well, I'm quite excited to see this first CCTV site, actually, for the round 4. We've seen 3 rounds on other sites. Well, what we need to see from this one is that breach going to be opened up. A frag grenade would go through beautifully right now, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The bandit trick is going to be successful. It will take away the thermite charge, and in doing so, makes life just that little bit harder for the attacking side. They have 1 more charge in pocket, but they can't waste it. This one has to be the one to open up the breach. If it doesn't, well, life just gets made so much harder.
Frag yeah, that'll be a full minute wasted there.
Not a kill, actually. That's going to be Ginger finding 2.
Was that a run out down on main stairs finding those? Yeah, that's going to hurt quite a bit. The 2 players on this side are going to be split now. Wagon's having just about no chance of getting that in. There's no frag grenades left, so they're going to have to just ignore CCTV wall and try to make what they can happen with a minute and a half. Pings are going out for the defense, though, but Atlas has some pings himself to work with. He's going to try and find some pressure to put on Just a Ginger out there, and instead he's going for a rotate, and Just a Ginger has been everywhere, finding a triple kill on the round, and it's just Wagons and Pete left with just about no pressure in this site. Wagons does see something right there, but it's a quad kill for Just a Ginger, just looking for that last one, as Pete is just trying to hang on for a little bit, stuck outside with those smoke canisters already used. He's got a minute to sit on this round, but it's probably just a timeout here for Hawkeye Community College, as they're definitely going to be losing these 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, very big shift in momentum there as Banjuice closes it out, and you've got to say this is looking much better than what we saw in Oregon from the side of BGSU. The coordination is there very, very well. They're taking control of Hawkeye, if that makes sense. They're grabbing them by the neck and saying, this has got to be done. This has got to be, you know, you got to be playing perfect if you want to beat us. And a play like Juster didn't have a great game last game, but suddenly has really, really stepped up. I feel like it's coming off of those semi-automatic weapons, Treasure. You give
yeah, it does help as well. Makes it a little easier.
Fully auto weapon?
But Just a Ginger actually was playing a little bit further back positions on the last map. So I think giving them credit, they weren't playing for the frags in the role they had earlier and finding really impactful ones, but now sitting on a momentous 7-1 so far in this round, eclipsing anybody else in this lobby. I think the highest is a 4 on Wagons right now, who's been having a lot more impact for the team and finding them these situations where they can keep in the round for a little bit longer, especially that first round where they did win. But the hope is not really there for Hawkeye Community College right now. They've got to find something to rally with. They're going to be attacking gym and bedroom. There's going to be a weaker site to be dealing with. It's no basement. It's no CCTV. So if they attack this one a little more default, I hate to say, but if they go with something a little more consistent, I think they're going to prosper with it because they have what it takes to find these picks with the attack, but they just got shut down with the last time that they tried Gambit.
I I don't like what I've seen in the production chat. I don't want to.
Oh no.
Do you reckon Wagon has got a
Production's
wagon?
talking about cursed things.
Yeah, very cursed things. But we're gonna move forward because we're holier than thou, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely. Is it casters the best part of the production booth always? Team casters 100%. But
You've got to have an ego
this
to do
round
this
here.
job.
Oh yeah. You got to be the best to be a caster. That's
Well,
just the
yeah.
facts of it.
It's
But
why we don't play
here-
the game because we're
Okay.
too good.
Here. Yeah. Oh no. Atlas pushing pretty solo once again. And this is going to be my biggest complaint with Hawkeye Community College and something that's been hurting them so far on these attacks. Letting Atlas go on his own, because sometimes he can really feast, but sometimes you just see Atlas killed off with no impact to the rest of the map, just playing on his lonesome there. And that's a really risky thing to do with someone who can gun at that level. I would love to see someone just droning him constantly, just feeding that information bite by bite. That way he can just run through players, because I know he's going to be capable of that with what we've seen already. But elsewhere, we got a little more supported play coming out. Is Wagons, who has had a lot of impact for the team, in on the breach and has set up on this hallway that has, in the previous round, totally shut down their attack.
Yeah, they've been able to get control in very, very quickly. They put the Osa shield. They were aware of the damage that it done in the first round. And Wagons, you can just sit here. You are vulnerable to C4s and maybe a quick peek coming out from that main stairs, but you're locking it down. You're giving Pete time to find that gunfight in cash and move forward. Across Fido from Banjus finds that kill. Atlas has the refrag. You can start to move forward now. 45 seconds left, and Hawkeye, you're looking good for a push. That is until Oven's able to find a kill in logistical, that is. Flagella, staying alive, does not have the C4 in pocket, but has main stairs control. Here's the shield coming forward, goes for the peek, able to find Lobster. Beautiful kill to the head, and that suddenly is going to shut things down. Hawkeye, they can push forward, but they don't feel comfortable, and that, yet again, is the big problem with this attacking side.
Yeah, Hazard Bear here opening up another avenue for entry for himself and Wagons, but they're stuck in a corner right here. There's plenty of lines of sight on them, but despite that, Wagons is going to beat the odds, finding a kill on Flagella. The location of Hazard Bear is fully pinged as he's left all alone. It's Oven finding his second kill on the round and getting away with it, just a little bit of health, and it's Butters playing in logistical an answer to previous round. He's just been waiting there, finding that opportunity, and it just takes a little poke from the UMP-45 to end the round.
Yeah, it looks like Coastline is on the cards if these rounds continue going this way. BGSU 4 rounds now. Very, very well played, very, very well performed. The question is, how long is this going to go for? I mean, one more round for Hawkeye? I feel like this split is pretty much gone in the favor of BGSU. There's not much Hawkeye can do to bring it back. Shy of running it back real quick, you know.
Yeah, and
nice little Valorant joke.
Defense here, definitely favorable. It's going to be hard, though, especially with this last round being on basement. This one has been resounding, although it is the one that Hawkeye Community College managed to win on round one, but that's many rounds ago at this point, so they have to find something. They're going to switch things up a little bit, bringing that fuse to try and nade out a couple. Rims is probably going to be playing to take armory control again. That was their win condition earlier on, but BGSU should be ready for it.
Yeah, they really should, let's be honest. But I want to see this roaming coming through again. The measured roaming. I was trying to find the perfect word for it because it's very difficult. The measured roaming that we saw coming out from Oven, that was what won the round last time. I want to see more of that. It was very, very well played. It was calculated. They didn't get over aggressive. That's more of what I want to see. They had that first round. They learned their lesson very, very sharply, I feel.
Yeah, here we go with the first floor take being the absolute focus for Hawkeye Community College. They're not dedicating to anything super heavily right off the bat as they try and drone out and find out where these roamers are going to be. It's pretty light overall, and this player right here is going to be a huge focus. Oven got 2 kills free on the staircase before, so we need to see an answer for that from Hawkeye Community College.
Yeah, we really do need to. Hawkeye, if they don't have an answer, well, they're really going to struggle. Well, they're going to start with their droning. There isn't going to be anybody on that first or second floor, but that's perfectly fine because you can't assume that. Which means Hawkeye, they're going to have to clear it out regardless. They're going to have to move forward, and while Pete will get droned out, Oven isn't going to bite. Jones will be shot out. Not entirely sure by who. I believe that might be somebody down below. But the information, that is exactly what we want to see BGSU playing off of. And unfortunately, Oven, he's not going to have the barbed wire information and will be taken away. And ADS joining it. Very risky addition of the utility to that main stairs, I feel.
There's a poking head out here right ahead of Atlas, and he's thirsty for blood, having found someone already. He's looking to start pumping up the KD, and now he's the one holding main stairs, which is a strong position for the attack as it is for the defense. There's a lot more players left for the defenders at this rate in the map, or the round as well. Smoke going down on the stairs is great. This opens up a great possibility for Atlas to start pushing into Church. There doesn't seem to be any resistance to it at all. So a lot of ground being gained much faster for Hawkeye Community College here. They still haven't lost a player either. Not until Banjuice is going to get aggressive with the shotgun. They're swinging out and taking names. It's starting to stall out for BGSU here. They haven't gained much more ground. They do have Moto to their name, but there's a lot of post-plant utility for BGSU as well.
Yeah, in my opinion, I want to see blue pressure coming out from Hawkeye. I want to see them being able to open things up, and it looks like Hazard Bear is going to be the player to do that. Moving towards that blue, if you do this, you can really start to cut them down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Butters taken off the board, the Mozzie taken away, the P10 Roni, and Hazard Bear in blue is able to find Banjos as well. A second kill to add to this offensive push, but just from the flank, he's able to find Wagons. The plant's starting to go down to 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1 when you consider Pete's on the plant. And as it goes down, there's no vertical pressure. This means Justa's going to have a massive advantage, but doesn't see the player. The red pin comes through. Time is ticking down. The Alders moves toward it. Sings. It finds one, but doesn't find the second. Just a Ginger and Lobster there. Oh, and all in the 1v1. Hawkeye going to be getting that 4-2 split. Too little, too late, though. That's the question. How will their defense go?
They just had to get anything they could right there. And that's saving face with that 4-2 half. They brought a 4-2 half earlier, so this is nothing too crazy. It's definitely something they can bring back, but Hawkeye Community College has to make every round count here in order to try and win out in regulation before they have to go to that third map. BGSU, though, this is looking good. The pressure was on coming into this map. This is a scary place to be, down around potentially one map away from losing out of the league entirely. Now they've got that morale bonus to their name. They've got an attack lineup. They're going to be really putting the pressure on Hawkeye here. They've got the Capital, which is a great answer for a CCTV hold, and I think they already have that indication that we're going CCTV from our earlier rehost as well.
Yeah, CCTV, it's the default site for a lot of teams because it is something they know how to play. Personally, I feel like a stronger defensive site is that gym bedroom if you're able to play it properly. I feel like Hawkeye, they can, but...
That's a little contentious. Oh, well, you're saying just versus CCTV?
Just for CCTV.
I think statistically it actually is better right now. Yeah, because CCTV is pretty solved right now.
You need to have a really good team for that gym bedroom. You have to have a plan. You have to have contingencies. You have to know what you want at certain points in the round. Whereas a map like a site like CCTV, stick a player in your afters, stick a player on the roam, get a bandit and a Jaeger on the wall, should be okay. You've got most of those key components there. Right now, though, what we are going to see is Butters nearly able to take a gunfight over towards that rafters. Pete will get up, will play it safe, but most importantly, will not die very, very quickly. No utility in the form of a fuse. That map breach will get opened up, and the frag grenade taking away Wagons. That's breach open. That's step one for BGSU within the first 40 seconds of the round. That breach has just got opened up.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the most satisfying map tricks you can get right there. You get a whole kill off of it and the wall to boot. The info is still on Pete, who's never going to know just how close he got to death a few moments ago when the round opened up. And he's definitely a target right now as Flagella's trying to pinch out an angle, probably with the Capital also pushing down below so that they can make sure he has no avenues to move. Yep, players coming up on the door here. This is a dangerous spot to be, and Pete won't even know once again. There's Flagella finding it as Pete moves a little bit too close to the corner of the rafters up there. There's 3 players left on defense now, and one of them's going to be getting aggressive while Hazard Bear is totally removed. Atlas has the smokes to be using as well here, but they're only going to buy so much time. He doesn't even have the shield down to be playing off. He's going to need to put that down somewhere pretty quickly in order to It's not even going to be relevant at this point. The plan is about to go down.
Yeah, Lobster's going to be pushing forward though, able to find one kill, will get flashbanged out. The Alder, it's taking too much damage. The flames, the guns, everything. That round was over from when Pete was taken off the board. I feel like Pete having control of that Rafters, you play R2. That position, if you have Rafters 2, for those who may not know, it's the section of hard panels next to the corner. If you have R2 control, you can actually pick and choose the lines of sight that you take for those gunfights. You don't have to over peek, but I feel like Pete wasn't really aware of that. Moved slightly a little bit too far, tried to get a little bit covering too many books, you know what I mean? Too many things and too many pies, maybe that's to say. But the thought is the same. Tried to look over towards that breach, got shot from the door, or vice versa. Regardless, they could have played it a lot safer. They could have held that a lot longer. As soon as breach is open, you're playing your life in Rafters. You've just got to make sure it's as long as humanly possible. So as soon as Rafters goes, you see BGSU. They take control, they get inside, utility goes down, the crossfire is there. When Pete died, the round went over, I think.
10 seconds to insert.
Yeah, I mean, those first two picks, both of them tragically early for the Hawkeye defenders. I mean, neither of those is at all conducive to winning a round. They're barely acceptable for keeping a round, and especially when the pressure's mounting up here in playoffs. So those are just these small positioning things that are not going to allow you to get that round in the first place. I mean, it was over with just 2 plays right there, and after that, it took an insane hero play from one of the remaining teammates to make that happen in the slightest. This time we got an interesting pick here in Capcan. It's just going to be a check to try and watch for some overconfidence from BGSU, who are feeling really good, and you could see it in the last round.
Yeah. Just gonna let it hang for a minute. So take a look at what's going on in the round. The soft breach is being done. They are aware that Atlas is playing the vigil over towards that bedroom. The roam game, he's got to try and stay alive as long as possible. Take as many as you can with you, but prepare to lose that gunfight. Prepare to be taken away off the board. But with that visual drone, you're able to get aggressive. You go for the push, you're unable to win the gunfight. Boundaries will open things up in favor of BGSU.
Atlas stayed alive for surprisingly long. He didn't quite find a kill on his wallbang attempts out by Jacuzzi Wall, but he has wasted a bit of time. We got a minute 45 right now on the clock, but the attackers are wasting no time. Butters has that scan, and already that Maestro cam is going to be deleted as well. That's a lot of pressure to get right off the bat without having to get any foots stepping into the bottom floor itself. So that ground gain is going to be the next big focus for BGSU on their way to the match point.
Yeah, someone's able to find another kill. It's just coming closer and closer. Coastline, the Ibiza, Billiards. It's all on the cards right now as BGSU. They are pushing forwards. They are looking to win these gunfights, and they are currently doing so. Blue Stairs, though, they have to get control. They have to start pushing, and Flagella's going to help out massively, finding not 1 but 2 kills. And as the player comes down main stairs, Wagon's able to find a kill with that Capcan trap. Hazard Bear, the flick, takes away the drop in Moto. But there's still 2 more players. 3 on the board, and Just a Ginger's going to be taking them out. And that is going to be us nearly going over towards Coastline.
In the words of a gray man, why are you running? It's a 1v3. You've got the diffuser. You just have to find an angle and hold it. He had as much health as the entire enemy team put together at that point. He just needed to take some more fights and just allow the confidence of holding the angle to flow through and find that flow state, finish out the round. That's going to be another round tragically close to a clutch opportunity for Hawkeye Community College. It's going to go by the wayside, and it catapults BGSU to the map point right here. This is just a hair's length away from taking that map 3 on Coastline.
Yeah, Hawkeye, a 6-2 split line, and at the moment you have to play a perfect game to win things out and stop us going to Coastline. Now, Coastline is the kind of map that when I see it at the end of a best of 3 series, I think that's teams saying, well, we've tried our strats, it hasn't worked out, let's just do what we know. Let's go with the mechanical skill, and honestly, I'd say these teams evenly matched.
I think there's times where we see them really close, But the teams are just flying above each other. It's hard to gauge, I feel that they excel in very different areas, and I think the coastline map that we're anticipating ending up at is going to be the one that really shows us where that coordination lies between the teams, because showing us that they have the really straightforward linear objectives on Oregon and Clubhouse is one thing. They've both shown us that they can play nice, proper siege, that they won't mess up with the basics. That's great. We've got that test. But now on Coastline, I think we're going to be able to really pit them against each other and see where that adaptation and where that quick thinking and IGLing is going to come into play.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like BGSU at the moment, that is...
Oh, no.
Alright, well, I'm going to stop what I was saying. I was going to say they have been fast, they've been coordinated, they've been very, very well-timed on the map like this, but... the frag grenade didn't go through just the way Ginger wanted, and unfortunately found a nice
I'll give them the
knockback.
benefit of the doubt. It was well timed. It was well timed. It was coordinated.
They say GN, right?
Oh no,
Yeah.
It might be a little bit of one of those. I mean, that's just a small misinput right there. And BGSU does have the luxury to take that right now. I mean,
Yeah.
that's 2 kills down. They're not going to get CCTV. It's just not possible now. But with 2 minutes left and 3 players, and the momentum that they've been on, as long as they don't let that double SD go to their heads, this is still winnable if they're able to take smart gunfights and win out with them. Of course, Hawkeye Community College has a huge advantage here if they just play their angles and use their intel to their advantage. There should be any questions asked about, especially with another kill.
Yeah, BGSU, though, they do have that buffer to work with them all. We have a Capital. I'm very interested as to why Atlas is still in this position in Jim.
Well, what are they going to do about it? What are they going to do about it?
Flames. Atlas, though, is going to be able to walk around, find that kill, and that's exactly what they're going to do about it. They find the frag in the 2 versus 4. Better than the 2 versus 5. I will concede, but still, a lot of odds stacked against them. Has a bear able to find the kill with the Banjus. It's all down to Oven for the Dream. If you could close it out this round, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, I think more than anything, the importance there is no flawless, because everyone knows the flawless going across that board is going to be a static debuff to the whole team for at least one more round after that. The flawless, that's such a huge morale boost. That's exactly what would be the kind of thing to allow Hawkeye to rally and bring it back from here. But they're already feeling really good on this one. I mean, this is a give me round. Unfortunately, Ginger sealed this one for his team right off the bat.
Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't a great one. Oh, the timing! Lobster taken away through the wall. A beautiful pre-fire coming through from the side of Oven. And like you said, that flawless is taken away, and taken away by one more. The C4 shot out in midair. Oven, are you going to make this happen? 15 seconds left. You're going to have to get aggressive. The defenders know that. You know it as well. There's going to be a crossfire in place, but Wagons on the swing is able to take away the player, and that is Hawkeye staying in it for one more round. But some would say it was a gift of a round. Are you one of them, Treasure?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Justin Ginger won that round,
I am
which
not.
is a little unfortunate to see.
I would say it was skill.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Hawkeye College, they're going to take whatever they can here. I mean, they're here to win. They're not here for the pure competition of it. I mean, at some level we all are, but it's playoffs. Every round you get is a round that you've won. So they have to find anything they can to dig in right now. It's going to be back to the basement objective. This one has treated them a little bit better, but this is definitely a risky one, especially with the really good coordination from BGSU, making sure that they take both blue control and main stairs control, even with unvarying attacks. The good focus on dirt as well. They're really good at setting up crossfires here on the basement.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed as well. They're really good at just coordinating and playing around what Hawkeye are doing. If you're able to do that, then you're a lot more adaptable. You're a lot more flexible in what you can do. For example, when we see BGSU on their defense, they were able to bring players up. For example, Ginger playing the Thunderbird was able to move up the kitchen, take that vertical, and find a frag because of it. That's something that on the attack only helps an attacking team. I mean, you can find a million different ways to struggle on attack, but you cut them down quite a bit if you learn how to be flexible, how to adapt in such a way that we have seen from BGSU. We just need to see it a little bit more. We need to see a little bit tighter grenade usage. and I feel like we're going to see it closed out in this round, to be honest.
Ooh, I like to see this right here. Butters with a drone right ahead of him. He's checking out for any footsteps as well. So it's going to be pretty safe entry right here. He doesn't find anything that he wants, which is some footsteps that he can follow up and try and find an early kill. But just as good is taking this whole area by gym and bedroom fully to his team's control.
And taking control they are. Sledge getting the vertical plane. Butters ready on the main stairs. Like you say, again, the crossfire's ready. Nearly took out the drone. And a little bit of psych confusion, but we've all been there, you know. Who hasn't accidentally flicked onto their teammate in the heat of passion? But minute 45 on the clock. Hawkeye, they haven't got aggressive. They haven't given anything away. They're just playing it safe. And I feel like this is the way they might want to play this round out. They were able to impact nade this hatch, but it looks like it got opened up. I'm not entirely sure. No,
looks like still going and still impact tricking. They've got 4 of them available right there, and at least 2 of them have hit their mark. They've still got another one in Pete's pocket here. This is really impactful, and it's going to force Oven to try and open this up. Beautifully taken out Pete right there, and that's the last impact gone. So all of that time wasted is done. That's final. That's everything they get. But it's just about 2 minutes down with Bandrews down as well. That kind of trade out there for Pete, keeping numbers pretty even unless Bandrews can get revived. And the defense is starting to close in here on site. They're looking pretty good with that amount of time that they've wasted, especially for a very defensive hold that they've gone for.
Yeah, and when you look at the players of BGSU, they haven't really gone for that two-dimensional take. They're positioned over towards that kitchen and main stairs mainly. Atlas can cover that with the SMG-11, a very deadly weapon that we've seen before. The drop into Moto will come through, though, from Butters. Looking to move forward. Shooting the ADSs gives you position away. But Wagon's able to find a kill. Will get taken off. Lobster has the Ola. Wants to find a kill. Is able to make it happen. That's the Ash off the board. The drop has to come through. Flagella finding a kill of their own. Lobster's taken away. The 3 versus 2 in favor of the attackers. They close it down with a quick couple of kills from Juster and from Butters as well. Very, very well played. They're going to be closing it out 7-3, and they will be taking us to Coastline, our 3rd and final map.
Yeah, beautiful answers there to the defense. Flagella really flying above his station to close up that round and the map with it. So there we are, a stalemate between the two. 1-1 to be decided on Coastline. It's going to be very different gameplay from what we've been treated to in these last 2 maps, as Bowling Green State University and Hawkeye Community College, one of them has to come out on top. We'll find out after a 5-minute break. There we go. Unmuted there. All right. We are back for the last map to conclude our match here between BGSU and HCC. They've been going back and forth here with only one round differential across the last two maps on Oregon and Clubhouse, each winning each other's choice. So now they duke it out on Coastline.
Yeah, Coastline, the map that we do see a lot of teams just say, we'll throw strategy to the wind. Here's a rough plan. Let's just go for it. Let's win on mechanical abilities. This is where we're expecting teams to really show what they're made of, skill-wise, rather than strategic and tactical. This is where they're really just going to say, well, let's go in, let's have a good game, let's crush them. You go to Coastline if you're confident. You go to Coastline if you are more than happy to get down and dirty. That is the map in the map pool that you do it on, Treasure. So going into this map, expect to see a few different bans, maybe an Ace, maybe a Monty ban. Getting something that makes life so much harder for the other team.
Yeah, and this one, we're going to be seeing the team that can enable their fraggers the best winning out is going to be my prediction here. It's a lot of execution on each other. You have to play really well coordinated with your team to find especially those initial picks and to really make sure that those leverage into more kills as you continue on the round. So the early droning, making sure that your entries have plenty of intel to be working on, is something that we've seen Hawkeye Community College struggle with at some points, and BGSU has had a lot fewer problems with that while they're attacking. But on the defense, Hawkeye Community College has found a lot more answers.
Yeah, but the thing is, Hawkeye, they're going to be starting on the attack in this game. I do believe that was a mistake, but we are going to be moving on forward. The Valkyrie and Jackal going to be taken away. Honestly, I prefer seeing a Nomad ban on this map. The way that this map is set up is that box formation. There's two staircases. If you bring a Nomad, that's two air jabs down, staircases are covered. Maybe get another air jab just on a doorway that some roamers might be going through, like luggage or over towards Vars. Realistically, this is a map that I see the attackers having much more of an advantage. They can get aggressive. They can get that early control. Hawkeye, when they're able to push forward confidently, they will win a round. Very, very simply put. BGSU, if they can take that time, step back and relax a little bit, they can win it out. So for them, I'm looking to see operators like they're bringing out. I'm looking to see a Thorn, a Mozzie, a Smoke, a Legion. Operators that can deny this aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, that Jaeger's going to be pretty important. He's going to enable the Thorn and the Smoke to be playing on their shields. We're probably going to be seeing some roaming as well with the intel brought by Mozzie and Legion. That's going to be able to start slowing down the attack. It really comes down to, on this map, finding, and especially its objective, finding lines of sight to shut down roamers and make sure that they don't have any outs. That way there's no door they can use to escape. You have to lock them down and make sure you can confirm those kills early. That allows you to win a lot more often. It's the early picks on this map.
Yeah, and I feel like this is where Hawkeye, they're really going to come into their strengths. If they get the early pick, well, they're going to have a great time with it, realistically. Not entirely sure what Butters is up to there. Playing around with those Thorn gadgets just a little bit, but oh, the pre-fire wagons taking away the Thorn. The Irish operator taken away immediately, and the call out in chat has it Bear calling out his teammate. Huge kill to start things off with.
Yeah, that's big. You don't even have to cut down that roamer now because he's gone and dusted here. The other one's going to be having us pull up that slack. Just a Ginger has been showing us a lot of shiny bits to their play, especially on last map. So I'm not too worried about them being able to deliver upon that, but it's going to be a little bit harder without someone to back you up, without someone to find any refrags for you. So he's got to play a little bit safer. Itself has had some pressure already. That player pushing right up on a balcony, but there's no follow-up on it. He's going to rotate fully off. That's going to give away a lot of pressure in Aquarium.
Yeah, and in doing so, that means we can see Hawkeye pushing up very, very quickly. They can start looking towards luggage, looking towards billiards, looking for this plant is what they want. But you have to consider the players that can go down below. Flagella has a C4. Flagella has the opportunity to drop and get towards that blue bar very, very quickly. You've got to be able to deal with this Mozzie if you want to go for a plant. That's a win condition in this round. Right now, though, Lobster droning out the Legion is aware of this player down below, and while they will back off, suddenly you have to clear it out. You're aware, well, Legion has impacts, can open up the vertical. This is where Hawkeye, we're really going to see their problem solving coming into a massive play here.
Yeah, they have the player advantage, but they don't have great lines of sight to be working off of so far here. They are pushing up into Aqua here, which was seeded a little bit earlier. So this is going to be what they're looking for. They got the diffuser placed up here as well. And with the Yin Candelas, it's going to put up a lot of pressure as well. There's not any second or third dimensions to this attack right now, though, as their roam clear is also just getting started. They haven't dealt with Flagellate.
Yeah, it's not really getting started. Flagella in the flank is able to find a kill onto Atlas, takes away the Ash, and while the plant will start to go down, well, BGSU, they have an answer. They have that flank potential on the board, and the smoke will come off the edge. Up goes Oven's able to find Lobster. Hawkeye, they have to get something back. They're starting to lose the initiative in this round, and with 30 seconds, it's going to have to happen now. Candela goes through, but the smoke canister follows, as does the C4. Nobody's going to fall because of it, though. And Pete, with the upside-down vertical, will be able to cover the rotate. Will they cover the swing? Will they be able to cover the Mozzie over towards that luggage side? Well, we're only going to find out one way. The smoke canister is still going off. The Candela follows. The plant isn't going down. Pete's able to find a kill onto Oven, but with 7 seconds left, Hazard Bear able to find one, but it's going to be down to the time coming through as that 6th defender, BGSU. Huge plays coming through.
It just came to putting everything on the line right there. Hawkeye Community College had to toss everything that they had in the pockets, but Flagella still being up. It was a pain to them in the mid-round, just a pain to them all the way through at that point, making a huge impact on their back line. And there were still smoke babes too. You can't just smoke plant into an actual smoke canister. It's just not doable. Leaves you overmanned and outgunned.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Not great at all, really, when you look at that. Really good attempt going through from Hawkeye. Very good aggression to start things off, but they started to let a few things slip. Maybe a Jacoban had a bit more impact than we thought. Because if we could have seen Atlas instead of the Ash bring that Jackal, maybe would have had an idea about Flagella, maybe would have found that kill. Maybe just bringing that Nomad. I feel like Wagons, while Fuse is a good operator for this. Maybe get Atlas onto either that Fuse or either onto that Nomad. Don't have the Ash when you don't have an Ash when Nomad's having to swap out for different operators. You got to think about what operators are the priority in a round. Fuse, yeah, definitely. You need that vertical. Sledge in 100%. It's all about this prioritization, and unfortunately, not incredibly great coming out from Hawkeye, in my opinion. BGSU, though, they've got a very nice lateral, spread out defensive setup.
Oh, I'm readily aware. I'm trying to figure out the best setup. I might need to.
Right now, though, looking over towards theater, we can see just holding that position, waiting for the vertical play. Is ready. Just holding. Just relaxing a little bit. This defensive setup is very, very good when you actually have an attacking team that are going to go for that wide roam clear. If they push side, well, the spread out setup doesn't really work. But fair play to BGSU. They've read into Hawkeye. They've done very, very well. They have that player over towards Sunrise, player over towards Office. Hawkeye, they don't really feel very comfortable now that Atlas has been taken away. I feel like getting Atlas off the board immediately really hasn't helped at all.
No, yeah, I mean, Atlas is once again playing off angles, and going down without a refrag is something that just keeps being that thorn in the side of Hawkeye Community College. They're having to play so many rounds down a player and losing feet in just the same crash. If they can't refrag this one, I'm not sure exactly what the situation is there, but it doesn't look like they have an answer here. This is a bad start, especially if they're losing their main vertical play operator, and this is something they've already dedicated to. And there's still a player up there, just happily sitting up there waiting from our opportunities. The first pick going out for Hawkeye Community College is what they need to keep in here. They take out Just a Ginger as well, taking them out right behind the bed right there. They got some frost mats to be dealing with as well as they clean up the rest of his impact. But now the Fuse is happy to finally put those into play.
Yeah, well, the vertical operator they wanted has been taken off the board. They do still have that vertical destruction. However, no, over towards that paid Esk is able to find the frag onto Lobster. Might not be able to back into sight because of the hatch, but can certainly cause issues for these attackers. 20 seconds left. Hatch drop is going to be needed. Oven isn't going to be able to win it out. It's going to be down to Hazard Bear. The smoke canisters, though, yet again, we've seen the impact that they have, and we're seeing it again. Flagella able to find one kill. Banjos closing it down with a second. BGSU, they take their second round very, very comfortably. They wasted time, they wasted utility, and most importantly, they capitalized upon a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, Hawkeye Community College starting to look a little less comfortable here trying to attack, and it's just like I suspected. Some of those inconsistencies and some of those hero play opportunities that they're looking for just aren't consistent enough against a team that's as well put together as BGSU, especially on this defense, where they're looking quite comfortable. We saw a round where Hawkeye Community College brought it back more than I would have expected, but it's just not enough.
They can.
Yeah, they have been able to bring it back, but suddenly we're looking at a situation where things are a bit too little, a bit too late. It's these opening gunfights for me. I mean, the operators we're seeing aren't the worst. They could be a little bit better, but they're not the worst. It's these opening gunfights. They're going in the way of BGSU. Hawkeye College? They're kind of just walking into it. They're letting BGSU play their game rather than forcing them to play Hawkeyes, which is what you want to do as an attacker. As a defender, though, you can't go wrong. If you can get them to play into your defensive setup, then it's very difficult to lose shy of just playing an incredibly better team. The Mirror will be making an appearance this round, though.
Yeah, and interestingly, a similar kind of operator, one that's just going to feed intel while staying fully invincible. Lobster is on the Montagne. This is something that sometimes, when I see a team in this position where they're looking comfortable, they've lost some rounds in a row, I see the Montana and I can get scared because it might be a panic gambit. We see him immediately going up to a door right here. He doesn't have any support yet, which means that's probably not one of those instant rush smoke plants, which is reassuring to see. Those are not good plays in general. I mean, sometimes you can take something by surprise, but if you're already down, your opponent team is going to expect you to do something desperate. They're opening up right here to find some avenue to Sunrise Bar, and he's going to keep his opponents distracted here. He's taking some damage early to that Smoke, who is already ready in there and took almost more than half of his health bar as well. The silver lining, though, is that Justin Ginger has been removed. His utility is going to stick on the board, though.
Yeah, having that player on the board at the moment makes life so much easier. That Monty, though, over towards Sauna, going to be feeling the burn a little bit. Lobster taken away by Flagella, but Pete does have the refrag. You can't count them all out just yet. Pete, though, is looking towards the security office. Will be able to find a kill onto Butters. But the thing is, they're still trying to push into this building. Bandrus finds a frag. 2 versus 2 now, as we do see Pete getting knocked down. But time is ticking. Half the round left, and we're seeing Hawkeye very much not happy where they are. Flagella, though, will be the last player left. Will be spotted from these footholes, so it could be Wagons able to find the kill if he goes to lobby. Not going to happen just yet. Playing it very, very safe in Hawkeye. They're not confident. Yellow pings come through. They do spot the smoke player. Flagella has to go to the rotate. He's going to have to pop off. He's in. His back's against the wall. What's he going to do? Not win the gunfight, unfortunately. The trade comes through, and Hawkeye able to find the first round in this game.
That is exactly what Hawkeye Community College needs right there. And ironically, despite losing a Montaigne to Smoke, a completely preventable death right there, that was actually the most put together round that they put.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Think of the magnet as your lucky charm. Magnet ready. Let them go.
Yeah, well, looking over towards this hookah billiard site again, I feel like BGSU, this is where we are going to start to see them really start to lock down. I feel like Hawkeye, really good start to the round last time. They had that pick. They started to get control of Aqua. They started to get over towards the plant in a good position for it. But the flanking, the time management coming through from BGSU to make some of these plays, massive. It was round winning, quite simply put. I look forward to seeing
Attackers
more of this coming
objective
out
is
from
to
them.
defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, the bar objective, finding good off angles on that is a little bit easier. It's a very open objective with lots of lines of sight into objective itself. The second floor, especially Hookah, is going to be a much better test of Hawkeye Community College having what they need to win early rounds and with it the rest of the round. Here, good damage on Justin Ginger, but he's going to stay alive just barely on his play in office. There are pings coming out, though, for Pete to be playing off of his Hawkeye Community College. Looks to crunch a couple kills.
Yeah, being able to find something. It's going to make life a lot easier, but just a Ginger finding Pete takes a sledge off the board now. Not as impactful with the vertical as before, but has it better. We'll be able to find the refrag. 4 versus 4, not the worst situation, not the best.
I'm a little worried seeing Hawkeye
located a bomb.
stack up by Aqua again. This didn't go well for them the first time. I don't expect it to go that well a second time. If they aren't able to take out some more of the players, they need a flank up, like cool vibes, pressure, something in Hookah. A kill is going to be a start right there, but it's not going to do this whole round for them. They've got to watch a couple more lines of sight here. As they get more intel up on the second floor, there is still potential for a flank from below unless Atlas is able to find someone.
Yeah, and being able to find that kill allows Atlas to be down below. Starting the vertical play. This is something that can open things up. Half the round is left, and they can go for a plant if they want. But with the vertical play, it means that covering this plant's going to be a lot easier. They're able to just cover their backs, they're able to watch things a little bit better. But one back that they might not be covering just yet is going to be that of luggage. They are checking it, they are doing the damage. Flagellar not getting away with it a second time.
He's going to steal a few more seconds off the clock, though, and that is pivotal. They still have a minute left, though. This is definitely doable for Hawkeye. As they put down the shield, they got a smoke as well. Toxic Babe to contend with, but Bandros also takes out Lobster. Lobster has a bear going down as well to a trap. That's the Thorn finally paying off as the man count is turning in the favor of BGSU. Now it's that flank that has been shut down finally. Banju's going down, and Atlas has to pull up in order to support Wagons and try and pick that diffuser back up and find their opportunity. A flashbang goes out to try and open things up just a little more, but now it's just safe angles for BGSU.
Yeah, well, he has to pull up and he has to pull something out of a hat right now. 30 seconds left, like you say. The plan can't go down. No more smoke canisters left, but they are a danger of the swing. Looks like Atlas going to walk into the barbed wire. Will have to bait it just a little bit. Goes for the wide swing. Looks for the gunfight. Can't win it out. The flank on 90 is coming through. The diffuser's down. Wagons, you're going to have to win this 1v2. They know where you are. You're going to have to get aggressive, and it just isn't really going to happen. Pushes forward, finds one kill. Do you find the second? No, it's just not going to happen. Playing time is going to be Flagellar finding things and getting BGSU a third round on the board. Only 3 more, and they'll be on match point.
They're chugging their way along right now. Hawkeye Community College still struggling to find some answers, even when they do actually address the defense from BGSU, especially that flank from Flagellar. Shut down perfectly. They don't quite get the kill, though, and that ended up biting them as well because Flagellar sticking in the round has been taking away rounds. He's really shining so far here on Coastline. It's back to Kitchen again. Is another objective that BGSU was pretty hard to contest on. The vertical pressure cost Hawkeye Community College a couple lives before they were able to lock it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're getting a lot, but they're losing a lot at the same time as well. There's a lot of give and take in this situation. Hawkeye, they are paying high prices, I believe is what I want to say. Looking towards this Kitchen again, though, what we did see very positively coming out from the side of Hawkeye is they did get that vertical. They did start to open things up and find kills. They nearly were able to win that round. Yet again, though, something I'm not very happy seeing is this Nomad isn't being brought out. This sledge is being used. And while we have seen Atlas move over towards the buck, I feel like a Monty is an interesting choice, to say the least.
It didn't quite work out before, but those were extraneous cases, to be fair. He didn't really get a chance to show us what he could do with the Montagne. I mean, that was just losing to smoke grenades, which is admittedly a poor sign for success with the Montaigne, but another run back might just do it here. He's going to be going for the Kitchen window, not something you're immediately going to be seeing too often, but it does add a little bit of some intimidation onto the players that are going to be down here. It's an immediate threat.
Yeah, exactly. And the information at least being called out to your team cannot be discounted either. Someone may not be able to act upon it immediately, but at least they know. For example, they might know that Butters is playing over towards Billiards. They might be aware that you've got just a Ginger over towards that vase position. But well, they're equally aware that the attackers are coming as well. They have a really good crossfire set up. If one player on Hawkeye pushes one, the other has to be pushing the other at the same time, if that makes sense. They are going to have to deal with these roamers first thing. Oven, though, will be dropping down the white stairs, trying to stay alive. You're wasting time. That's what you're doing. You're about half the round in already, and not a single player has died until Butters decided he was going to go peeking at Lobster, finding that kill. Just a Ginger looks for the kill at the sludge, is able to find it, as Pete will get taken down alongside Butters. Minute 30 left on the clock. It's 3 versus 4 in favor of the defense.
The coordination just isn't there for HCC right now. They're not watching the same angles with each other. It's so impossible to lock down roamers here, especially these 3-speed Butters surviving for way longer than he should have. And with Wagons feeding information with no one to play that information, they're just hurting. Time is going by the wayside, and they finally got that vertical pressure after having just the 1 kill from Butters and losing 2 of their own, including that Thatcher, who does a lot to help you get into sight. This is looking rough for Time, just like the last round on this objective.
Yeah, it really is. And yet again, we can see Owen Huck covering that hatch that these players are most likely going to have to drop down. Going to have to walk down main, walk in through office, and with Oven around, it's going to be a very difficult decision on what to do. Oven will be pushing forward, trying to deal with the Monty. Will find the kill. The diffuser's locked outside, and the Frostmat finding Atlas is going to give BGSU another round. How? How does that work? It's a courtyard one.
Oh, that is something indeed. But BGSU, they found all that confidence. It took them a little bit to get started tonight, but as time goes on, they're just looking more and more dominant. HCC just not having in the gas tank right now. And like we said, Coastline would be a big test of their coordination outside of just getting the pure objectives, because Hawkeye Community College already proved to us they know what to do with Oregon. They know what to do with Clubhouse. While they did get stymied on that one, but Oregon, they really showed us a perfect knowledge of what to be doing and great adaptation on so many rounds. The adaptation is coming, but it's slower now. And BGSU, last round even on Kitchen, they showed us a totally different hope. They had 2 roamers playing very deep because they've learned that their roamers aren't really going to get answered until next time.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big thing. I mean, BGSU, they're so comfortable at this point that they are going for these plays. They are running out of the front door to deal with the Monty, simply put. They're heavily committing to the roaming.
5 seconds remaining.
This is what I kind of said. The team that's comfortable getting aggressive and the team that's comfortable taking the fight to the defense, they're the ones that are going to win.
Yeah, and that's the key to it. BGSU, they look comfortable. They're taking fights. They're playing the game. They're having fun right now. Everything is in their court, and they're able to just put some of that thinking behind them. They've got the strategies that they want to be employing on lock, and they just have to flow through what they've already set up for themselves. HCC, I'm really hoping we can see some more adaptation come out here. We've seen a hold over here before, so they have some plays that they already have some answers built up for. Hopefully they've talked over with each other what they're going to do about this penthouse.
Well, hopefully, I'm expecting to see a bit of a roam clear, to be honest. It's been something that has struck me a little bit. Yeah.
Well, first of all, VIP is going to be a pretty important objective ever since this hard reinforcement has been added here. The Thatcher is going to make it quite trivial to remove the mute jammer, and a smoke goes out, stalling out for a little bit longer. As Hawkeye is going to need to shift their focus a little bit, but another mute jammer is going to stall up the gathering of intel as well. Here's a great flank from Atlas. If he just keeps holding this angle, it's going to make it really easy to shut down the player behind the shield. In VIP here, they could get a couple cheeky picks with their players back here.
Yeah, actually, if the ping comes out in the right position, we can see Banjo's really struggling over towards that deep VIP position. Waggers down below could give away that audio information, but it's probably focusing on getting utility off of walls. Half the round is gone, and BGSU in a very good position. Atlas, though, is going to change that, finding their first kill of the game so far. A very quiet start for this player, and we've spoke a lot about them being an impact player for the side of Hawkeye. Atlas doesn't spot the foot of the Jaeger, though. Doesn't spot the bright white sneaker. And while that Thatcher charge will go down, Atlas, please, please
no.
spot it. That's about 5 times. They
Look at the
could have seen
patience
this
on
player.
Oven.
And Oven's just going to wait. Just going to sit there carefully. Hawkeye, while they have opened up that wall, are very much not in a safe position.
Oh, God.
They can move into theater, but as soon as that happens, the drop is going to come.
There's a gunfight happening right across Oven's chest. He drops now. He doesn't quite find the kill. He doesn't find Pete either here, as Pete and Atlas both get kills off of that play against the odds entirely. Just a Ginger here stuck in sight with Butters still out by bedroom. He's going to be holding some close angles as his teammate goes down. The plant is going down as well. Could this be a flawless round for Hawkeye Community College? It is. They're starting to show us something here. That's an insane series of events.
I still can't get over it. How? How did that happen? Regardless, though, for BGSU, they're in a very comfortable position. It's a 4-2 split on coastline. They're going on to the attack. Their aggression was certainly not an issue on the defensive side, so on the attack, I expect them to be fast-paced. I expect them to be quick. And with a lineup like this being brought out, that is what I'm expecting to see. The same goes for Hawkeye, though. Aloe with my Alibi Jaeger Smoke. It's a very fast lineup, a very aggressive one. Any quick peeking that comes through really can shut them down. But, I'll be honest, that last round was a little bit crazy. Hawkeye, they started to wake up a bit, they got aggressive, they got a couple of these opening gunfights. This is what can happen if it calms down in their mental. They're trying to skip too many steps, I feel, but is it too little too late? That's the question that keeps going in my head, Treasure.
Absolutely the most momentous thing in that round is that failed jump out from the pottery corner. But other than that, Hawkeye Community College actually has some great answers there. I wish we could have seen that early kill from VIP, because it was open there through the soft wall. But apart from that, they had the answers. They brought players out into Pink Bar to cover the back of VIP and even into Penthouse. They then rotated those players up to cover into Theater, and they just cleaned through it really well. It's just good playing from Hawkeye Community College. So it's a shame to see them having to lose that attack side once they finally show us something that looks really confident. But just like you said, an aggressive lineup here on defense could be what they need to keep up that momentum from last round.
Yeah, I feel like if they can get this first round, then what they will want to do is keep rolling off that momentum. If they can get that first round on the defense, then they have a really, really good chance. BGSU, though, they need to step up in a massive way. Hazard Bear over towards 90 is going to be a big test of what BGSU are ready for, or what they're going to do. And with the VIP take, they're going to be dealing with him pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, our underdogs trying to keep their team lineup up for as long as possible. It's not much of a wide roam, so this early aggression from VGSU isn't going to net any kills, and they very cleanly sorted their way through that half of the map, moving their way right up to Hookah. That's going to be a Yana drone finding Pete right there. He's going to throw some bullets down the range to clear himself some time, and now it's just time to wait for him. He's just got to hold those angles, and with this setup, it's actually going to be a pretty passive play style from Hawkeye Community College as they've bunkered up in their objective.
Yeah, because they might as well, quite simply, sit down, half the round left on the clock, and play it safe, look towards these crossfires, get it set up. They have time to adapt to what has happened so far. They have time to get these magnets out, in the case of Pete. While there is frag grenades that could go through, Gemini will lead the way, and it will give away the position, but a little bit more than my magnets is going to be needed. Banjos can get the frag grenade, but it looks like they're going to take the gunfight. Oven's going to find the first kill, however, taking away wagons. The push comes through into Aquas. Lobster has an answer. Banjos looks for a kill, is unable to find it, but that's perfectly fine. But Pete is still down below. Lobster finding Fallujah. And the frag grenade comes through. Pete finds one kill, but is going to be taken away by Banjo. So 2 versus 3. 45 seconds left, and an execute onto site is inevitable. Hazard Bear being taken away.
Ginger jumping right onto that frag grenade with a player right on top of him with the SMG. That's tragic to see right there. There's the 2v2 right here as the plant has to come down in the next 30 seconds. There's still cams for the defenders, locking down those locations, and smoke grenades all out of the pocket. Save one more to just buy up another 10 seconds here. Lobster and Atlas in a really solid position as long as that frag doesn't find its mark. The plant is going to go down now. Lobster finds yet another one and a fourth for the round, running away with it, with his teammate just keeping those smokes up to lock down the attackers' positions. This is exactly the defense we want to see from HCC.
Exactly, playing towards that hookah side, being able to shut down the 90 pushes and those aqua pushes as well. Realistically, BGSU, they didn't flinch. They had these players in those key positions. They had them there waiting. They had Pete, for example, playing a refrag. Granted, able to find one kill. Who stands up, dies. That's fine. You've just taken away the Habana. You've just taken one of the operators that was happy enough to get aggressive, and you've given your alibi time to react and focus on the other angles as well. In doing so, BGSU, very good division of their resources. They looked at what needed to be covered. They had players in positions to deal with exactly what Hawkeye were going to do.
Well, this is usually
the wrong way around, haven't I? Yeah.
Well, this is usually a pretty attack-sided map, or at least more so. But we just see a 4-2 split for defense. And the first round going to HCC, while they've been struggling to find their footing, may speak towards this being a map that ends up going quite the opposite. It's another double shield setup from the defense. They've also got C4, so these will be pretty pivotal, you see, when Oven starts trying to open up the floor, just as Hawkeye Community College tried to open up on VIP on their half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I look at this setup, I see the mirror, and I think, well, you could get one of those windows upstairs. That's what I'd like to see. I like Lobster bringing that alibi. Last round, huge effort coming through with that MX4 Storm. That 4K, just picking heads, just making sure BGSU weren't happy. That was very, very well played. I want to see more of it. They have the potential to win these rounds and win this game, but they're only one round away. Regardless of BGSU, they're only a couple of rounds away from moving on forward and just getting that momentum up ahead. Just to Ginger, though, will be able to find that first gunfight. Hasn't been taken off the board so early without having really done anything. That Jaeger going away, that's huge.
Yeah, he doesn't get to waste any time at all. He didn't even find himself a gunfight at all, just killed Cross in the hallway. And full upstairs control has gone to BGSU. They've got those huge charges as well, which they've switched into, and they can just start dropping those. It's going to push Pete out of position, not kill him or anything, but he has to find another location over here in Bathroom, which means he's in a position to take fights from lobby. This is exactly what BGSU wants.
Yeah, because, of course, you have those lines of sight. You use them. You can just put the attackers in a very bad position. With the vertical play, though, you can really shut down the freedom of movement the defense have, and that is so important. Look at that mirror. If they are locked into that one position by that mirror window, then that makes life so much harder. They can't get aggressive over towards jungle. They can't do exactly what Pete has just done and find a frag with a C4, taking away the sledge off the board. But a lot of that vertical work is done, so it's not the worst case scenario. Plus, with the views on the board, BGSU, not entirely out of it, but they're not in the best position.
Well, the thing is, it's these intangible things. Hawkeye Community College, they've got so many rotations locked down. There's players stuck in corners like Pete right here who daren't budge a muscle as the drones start coming out. The drones are going down like flies, but they're feeding that temporary intel of where the players are. And with the holes from above, no one at Hawkeye Community College wants to move out of their positions right there. It's going to be Pete going down to Bandries as Justa finds a kill as well. There's only 2 left. And Lobster, the hero of last round, has to find something, but instead just feeds that 3rd kill to Justa. Ginger Wagons left all alone here as Plant goes down, finds 1, but it's 4 not as Flagella finishes off the round.
I love how we've just gone through Fadula. I can't remember. We've gone through quite a few different pronunciations of that name. Fallujah.
I'm just going with like cell biology. He's a little tail on a cell swimming around. Yeah, and he definitely gets around. There's such phenomenal flanks on the last half. That's that really sticks in my mind there. Flagellan his way around.
Yeah, because it's one thing. It does suit the name, like you say. Those flanks are very, very well played. The game sense of Flagella is actually very, very strong. Being able to get these flanks, just stealing the attention completely. a good flanker can just distract slightly from the actual push that's going on from the attackers, but Flagella, the positions they get into, completely shut down all the plans the defenders have. Now, returning to the spawn side though, I want to see this fuse taken away very quickly. I don't want to see just a Ginger getting that opening frag. I want to see Jaeger, you're going to get drowned out on that top floor. You've just got to accept it, unfortunately. It is a position you can't afford to lose, so you need to be playing your life. And I feel like that's something a lot of better teams you can see with them, is some of their roamers and their entries will accept that they will have to die for the success of the round. They just need to waste time before they die. And if they do that, then they win.
Yeah, the odds are definitely better for Hawkeye Community College. I mean, they're unlikely to lose Hazard Bear so darn early, and that's a huge loss. You're one roamer being down the first 30 seconds with no resistance. That's something that's not likely to be replicated again, unless BGSU really coordinate well right here. Hazard Bear already up here in pink bar. He's going to get droned immediately. Oh, he's double droned. It's going to be the wall bang. It's the same situation again. So maybe I'm totally wrong here as Hawkeye Community College is going to have no way of rezzing him. And it's a rude little Twitch drone to finish him off. Once again, full vertical control for BGSU right here. They just got one player dropping into lobby, but they've got eyes on lobby as well.
Yeah, and well, now the Fuse and the Sledge have got control of the vertical. They can really start to put the work on it. Butters bringing the Nomad can start to shut things off. BGSU, really good position. It's their round to lose at this point. Hawkeye, though, only one player down. They do still have the defensive timer on their side, so we can't count them out just yet. But the odds definitely aren't in their favor. Right now, they're going to have to deal with the vertical play coming through. The Fuse charges starting to clear all of this utility. But I don't like the fact we're seeing GSU starting to be a little bit static on these soft floors. They know that players are nearby. While that frag grenade goes through, is it going to work? Yep. Have you not seen that before?
No, I totally have. I just has been a while, I guess.
Yeah. It cooks it quite nicely. But Banjo is able to find Atlas is going to be another nail in the coffin for the side of Hawkeye. Fuse charges coming down below. Pete's going to get knocked down, and while nobody will be able to revive him, the attackers won't be aware that he is downed. Theoretical 2v5 as Lobs is able to find a kill to at least start bringing it back here, Treasure.
BGSU is giddy up top, running around, looking for any opportunities to, find holes in the floor they can shoot through right there. Unfortunately, Lobster just not quite in a position yet to be expecting someone lying down right there. Pete and Wagons all alone. Pete has been rezzed, but he's not going to have much HP, and its Oven is going to run right through that last 20 HP. Wagons has an off angle here. He's going to find nearly a kill as Justice is going to finish the job for him, but he's still got to take 3 more gunfights as Justice Ginger starts putting down that plan. A C4 placed close isn't going to quite make the distance in a shutout from above anyways. Just about every line of sight is covered as BGSU heals ahead. No questions asked on this kitchen defense.
Yeah, very, very significant lack of refrags coming out from the side of Hawkeye in this as we do go to that match point and that series point, dare I say. I wasn't very impressed by the fact that Hawkeye, they lost that play very early on yet again. Very good droning from BGSU, very good closing in. But that's where you'd want to think about having a second player towards that site because of that exact thing. If you have another player, you can at least stave off that pinch coming through, and then you can actually have the opportunity to take some of these gunfights rather than trying to run away from 2 different drones being shot at from 5 different angles. Refrags, though, unfortunately, there wasn't much in the way of it. We saw the first player going, then the second. BGSU, they were completely in control of that round, and Hawkeye were just fighting and picking scraps, clutching at straws even. Now, though, they at least have the opportunity to return to hookah billiards.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a much more comfortable place for any team, but in addition, this is where they won previously. So if they're able to channel that same energy they had before, maybe they can leverage it for a couple more rounds. But being down 3 is a terrible place for them to be looking at their season right here. Not bad to have made it to playoffs at all, but BGSU is one round from stabbing that knife into their hearts and sending them home to wait until next fall. This is a situation where they got to set up their defense. They've got these double shields coming up once again. They're really favoring it on this site.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, It's a very difficult situation for Hawkeye to be in. You are 3 rounds down currently, and you need to play a perfect game of Rainbow Six Siege to get to overtime. Not to win, to get to overtime. Then you got to win another 2 rounds just to win it. It's a very difficult situation to be in to push for the next stage of the playoffs, which are only going to get harder. With BGSU, though, however, they are proving that they are worthy of being there
Bomb located
for
by
now.
attackers.
Question is, can they close it out? That's the big thing now.
Attackers have recovered their defeat.
Oh, this is a huge piece of intel right here. Getting a couple pings on Goyo gadgets, but much more importantly, the knowledge is there that no one is playing on Cool Vibes or the doorway into Hookah. That's such a free angle for the attackers to take right now if they have someone to pull up and open that up. It's going to be huge for them. Instead, the north side or east side is fully cleared out for BGSU. They face no resistance over here, so they're going to be able to get the hard breach off that we're just seeing from the Habana. That's going to give an angle of sight directly to Pink Bar from VIP, which makes it really easy to start pinching in from the aquarium and luggage side. So this is exactly what they want for a very clean plant in Billiards.
Yeah, and if they are able to execute it, then they can really start to shut things down. A frag grenade coming through from Oven, able to find Atlas. Pete's still over towards that blue, but the grenade comes down perfectly. Only 2 defenders stopping us from going to that final match victory screen, bringing in that player for the interview. It's not going to be Hazabear able to stave things off. It's going to be down to Lobster, who's getting taken away by Bandros at BGSU. They will be facing Purdue Black in the next stage of these playoffs, knocking out Hawkeye, the Red Tails, Hot Guy College. Well, they won my heart, but unfortunately not the series.
Yeah, so I guess I'll take my credit there on the match prediction there. The Bowling Green making now as they predicted to, calling the shots right there. They get to progress on. HCC, though, finding that game. They were not able to do this in the regulation season against BGSU. So they're going to be feeling really good coming back through this and seeing as a 2-5 team that they were able to take that game and really make it a series against BGSU out here in the end and take such a solid win on their opponent's own map on Oregon. But Bowling Green, they've got this opportunity here to keep up with this bracket run and see what they can make, hopefully, the most of their playoffs opportunities.
Yeah, I feel like that is the case. BGSU, they had a very good game, but there's a lot of steps to take moving forward that we looked at in the last game. Over towards the side of Hawkeye, I want to look towards maybe just practicing things like refrags, having flank cameras, flank drones. What are you going to deal with these flanking? And just stuff like basic positioning. I feel like a lot of improvement has been shown from the actual league play days, so they can only move forward from here. They've shown a really good display of how to play a good game of Rainbow Six Siege. Let's keep it up. But like you said, though, BGSU, they're going to face Purdue Black. They are going to be moving forward, and they are going to be looking to improve very, very quickly, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll have to be contending with the best in the Champions Division here, and it really is the best. It's going to be narrowing so much each week of these. So it is going to be next week, another Wednesday from now, that we get to see them once again in play. So keep tuned for those. Of course, there'll be another match coming up for tonight as well. And let's see, do we got an update on what we're doing next?
Yeah, we're going to have an interview, but we are going to be taking a very quick break. So we will see you in about 5 minutes. Just relax, have a breather. If you're on the side of BGSU, just enjoy the win for a little bit of a second and treasure. We'll be joining you right back in a couple of minutes.
Flagella. That's close. That's really close. Yeah.
Oh, my mic was muted, so we had a nice little practice run.
Oh,
Hello,
no.
welcome back. It's McCready, Treasure, and Flagella.
There you go.
Oh,
Flagella. Yeah,
Flagella.
there you go.
Okay, we'll take it. Yeah, no, I'm taking it. We're not complaining. Congratulations on your win. Very, very well played from your team. And I do want to start off with this very first map. I know you're probably expecting a question about it. What do you feel went different between that map and Clubhouse? Because it was two very, very different teams, wasn't it?
Right, yeah, and it was kind of surprising because we thought that Oregon was the great pick for us, and Clubhouse wasn't, because we haven't touched Clubhouse in a long time, and we haven't scrimmed it in a while. And Oregon, we played a few times over the regular season and whatnot. But I think, I believe, if I remember correctly, we brought these guys to Oregon in the regular season, and I think we won 7-3, 7-4, pretty good win. And I think it was more that they were just more prepared for what we were going to do on Oregon. And I think making the transition to club, I don't think that Hawkeye played club during the regular season either. So we were kind of like, we have no clue how this is going to go. And I think we just ended up being more prepared and executed a lot better.
Yeah, if you don't know how it's going to go, they don't know how it's going to go. You can't really go wrong. But the big thing I do want to talk about then, moving on from that, is when it came to their playstyle on Clubhouse and later Coastline. Well, I've got a few ideas, but what was the big thing that really stood out to you when it came to the playstyle and what you could take advantage of?
I think we just executed a lot better. I don't know if we had nerves during the first map or just weren't comfortable yet, didn't get a good warm-up in or whatever, but I think our shuffles were really good, and I think we took some more map control faster. I think that was a big, big part of our success going into Coast and Clubhouse.
On the defense, what do you guys think was really the difference maker? Because that's where you guys really pulled ahead a lot. And would you include yourself in that category of difference makers?
I mean, I would rather shout out the guys on the roam. They had a lot of great picks early on. And if they lost those picks, it came down to me and Banders on the site, and we did a good job of holding it down. I think on the defensive side, we won a lot more gunfights on Coast and Club than we did compared to Oregon, and I think that was the main pushing point.
All right, and then finally, since we got to wrap this up a little bit quickly, we'd love to have you for a little longer, but we're
no problem.
on schedule,
I get it.
since you guys gave us a banger one there.
He's got a train to catch, that's all.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately, it goes right by. But ignoring that, you guys obviously have your next matchup against Purdue Black next week. Do you guys have any other matches that you've got coming up that you're looking forward to? And how do you anticipate this one going? What are you looking forward to?
I'm really excited to play against Purdue Black. We've played 2 great games against them. We played them the first time in the activation games in the beginning of the season. We beat them then, and then in the regular season, we had a really great game against them. It went to map 3. I think we dropped the first one 7-4, and then took the next 2 8-6, 8-6. Purdue Black is a great team. I think it's going to be a really good match, but you guys better watch out for us. We're coming and swinging.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time here, and congratulations once again, and good luck next week. We're going to be back with our next matchup for tonight. It's going to be St. Ambrose University and Hastings University. So don't go too far. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six. It's the quarterfinals here. You are about to watch the Emergence Division. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me is Treasure, and we have an exciting matchup for you here. It's Hastings College versus the St. Ambrose Esports team, aka the Fightin' Bees versus the Broncos. What are we looking forward here today, Treachery?
All right, we've got an interesting matchup here. It's the number 3 and 6 seeds in the Emergence roster. So SAU currently seated at 5-3 through the regular season. All of this is getting evened up now. Everyone's on the same standings, but for reference, Hastings went 3 and 5. So that advantage is technically in favor of St. Ambrose. They also did win 2-0 in their series, a 7-3 and a 7-5 in their earlier bout. So St. Ambrose is probably feeling pretty good about this one. Hastings, on the other hand, really looking hungry at this run back opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. They're the ones who I think are in a little bit more of a difficult position, right? They are the lower seed. They have a slightly worse record. I think they were, like you said, 3 and 5 overall in the season. It's going to be a little bit rough for them tonight, but we'll see if they can persevere as the underdogs. Like, take a look at the rosters we have available for this matchup, get an idea of who will be playing what. There we go. So starting off with Hastings, that would be our underdogs. We've got Saturday, Chief Todd, Accusing Disc, Killer Pink 111, and finally the most elite of mooses, Elite Moose themselves, rounding out the roster there. A pretty mixed roster, not exactly a lot of seniors, 2 sophomores and a freshman rounding it out. So some experience at the top, at least in the terms of Elite Moose, but the rest of them relatively new, all things considered.
Yeah, so that's a nice place to be at with your lineup. Losing one is a little bit sad for next semester, but that's a great place to be in. And moving on with this playoffs, it's going to set them up in a nice spot to be in their next season coming up as well. On the other side, at St. Ambrose University, we got Fligs, Ajax, Trojan, Hines, and Ancient Boot. So this team here, actually, they picked up their Rainbow Six roster this year. They actually switched from, I believe it was Warzone as a roster. So this is all pretty new to them. And having them come out 5-3 already is a real show of how much they're able to grow over the course of a couple seasons.
Indeed, that is very true. And again, another roster in its good position for some growth, right? Which is something that I think was worth pointing out. Let's take a look at our map bans here tonight, see where this competition will take place. A couple of interesting bans off the bat, Cafe and Clubhouse going right out of the pool, but then we do fall back into, I guess, the more standards. We've got Oregon, Coastline, and then a Decider of Chalet. What do you make of that setup there, Treasure?
Well, right off the bat, nice bread and butter here on Oregon and Coastline, something everyone's going to be just as familiar on, if not playing the same kind of way. Coastline has a lot more freedom to it, as well as Chalet. So these are 2 of the most attacker-sided, as we like to say, maps in the pool. Obviously, they don't have to go that way, but our C maps to close this out should be a little more off the wall and really show us some of the more interesting things these teams have prepared for them.
Yeah, I find these maps a little bit interesting as well. Obviously, Oregon is pretty bog standard. Coastline, of course, a shooty map. We all know that. The most Call of Duty map of the Rainbow Six Siege pool. And then finally, Chalet is around the corner, which is an interesting map. It can go really heavily towards the attacker or towards the defenders, all things considered. So it'll be interesting to see that one come out there. I think we're about ready to get started here, unless we have anything else we need to look at before this starts, Treasury.
Yeah, finally we can kind of compare what we previously said we see as far as this matchup goes. Corbeck and I, we're pretty much on the same page here. We're rooting for, or at least we're predicting the win for St. Ambrose University. And no real bias here. I'm happy with whoever wins as long as they give us some good siege. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for the game 3 is what it's really coming down to. But with that 5-3 record and the 2-0 already, I feel like that's a pretty safe bet, right?
Yeah, I think that the Bees have the odds here on all accounts. I would expect them to win out pretty heavily, all things considered. But you never know. I mean, it's always room for upsets. I'm still going to bet with the Bees, all things considered.
All right. And game should be ready here for us to get into it. All right. So as far as our first map here, Oregon, the operator bans that we started looking at shouldn't be anything too intense, although I'd be excited to see something that's a little more out of the norm. What do you see as expectations here, Corbeck?
I think that this is a map that usually favors the stronger team in any given matchup, right? Because when you come back to it, it's a basic map. It's a map that everybody knows. You know all the strategies. You would expect your opponents to relatively know all the strategies. So what's the difference that it comes down to? Execution. Right? That's the thing that really matters. Execution, the ability to do one thing or another thing better than the other team. That, of course, is going to go into the pocket of St. Ambrose overall. Kind of puts Hastings in a difficult spot. But then again, some teams do take a lot of comfort in the known and kind of work out of it.
Yeah, so it might be a little more if Hastings is very adaptive, and they do have some film to be working on as well, because there's been plenty of matches played over the course of the regular season. They've seen St. Ambrose on this map before, so they have something in the pocket to be working with, and if they've done their homework, that's going to be something that they can really use to catapult into some leverage. On the defense bans here, Mira and Valkyrie, neither one too surprising, but that does mean the Kaid will be available, which is pretty impactful on the basement objective especially.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, these are the standard bans, right? Like, I don't think anything about this should surprise anyone. The one operator that I'm surprised didn't get banned is Flores, but I'd take a Jackal ban a lot of the time as well. It feels much more like a comfort ban for a lot of teams here, Treasury, so I'm not surprised to see him go. That does leave the potential for using a Flores, which opens up some importance in the drone game, but looks like there's a little bit of a mistake here in the lobby, so we're going to have to reset the boards here. That means you're back to looking at us, but Flores not on the ban roster is a big deal, right? Because a well-used Flores is a very dangerous tool because you can open up so much soft destruction, right? You think about, for example, let's look at Elbow on the basement defense, where you usually have ADSs and a shield for your smoke to play behind. Flores eliminates all of that in one Rotero. So you're almost forced to bring a mute. But interestingly, neither of these two teams seem to want to play into that just based off the initial assessments that we saw.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit interesting. I'm sure that'll change up when they switch sides as well, especially as they have that time to sit there and chew on this information, just as we do as spectators of the whole fight. So that is pretty interesting. And even beyond that smoke shield, initially taking that one out, once the barricades are up and everything's fully reinforced, you can sneak one in behind and take out a Kaid, Claw, or Bandit batteries, whatever is out there, to defend the wall again, and that way it's going to clear it up for your Hibana, your Ace, your Thermite to open it up from there. And this is such a shield rife map. Second floor has plenty of them as well, between attic and the bookcase that's going to defend right outside of kids' dormitories as really default spots, and there's a lot more creative ones you can add in there. And then back on basement, just like 30 feet over, there's the pillar, which is an evergreen spot for a shield player to be, and that's not even talking about the spots in laundry and freezer.
Yeah, very true. And again, we're going back to this idea that Oregon as a map does tend to favor teams that are just better, right? And these are the reasons why, because this defensive setup, Treasury, I know this defensive setup. And if both of us know this defensive setup, then I would assume that the teams know the defensive setup too. So they know what to look for here. I feel like of all the operators actually that really have dropped off on this map, the one that would be the most impactful would be Goyo. Ever since they changed his Volcans to pure traps, the lack of shields has actually changed the way some teams have gone about this. One of the things that I think I've seen interestingly being brought back into the basement defense in particular is more alibi play, or even more frost play, though usually I think alibi gets the preferential treatment just because there's not a lot of good frost mat sites. But why does frost or alibi get back into the rotation down here on basement? You don't have Volcans anymore, so you need an operator that can bring an additional shield, because your smoke shield is almost going to be occupied by that 90 elbow hold.
Yeah, I guess it is a shame losing the Goyo shields. They were a dear friend, if not busted at various times in the meta already. So they definitely had their time in the limelight, but it's sad to see them go. But yeah, I guess it is a shame losing. Yeah, just like you were saying, the other shield operators really come into the limelight as well. Another one that we did see earlier tonight, even on this stream, was our newest addition, Thorn.
Yeah, she's an interesting operator. I mean, I think in some ways she doesn't deliver a lot more than maybe like your Capcom or whatever, but her ability to place her traps in some more different places, I think, does have an impactful ability to just, be more sneaky, right? I think she's a very good anti-roamer, kind of an anti-sweeping operator. She has the ability to sort of skirmish her way back to the site relatively confidently with the firearm she has available. Band phase, by the way, going the exact same. that's as it should be. The Jackal getting taken out, the Thatcher getting taken out, and then of course the Mira and the Valkyrie to round it up. I think it was just a side swap. Hastings is starting on the defense. St. Ambrose is starting on the attack right there. So that probably means that we'll see a slight shift in the operator lineup from what we saw last time, because I can't imagine both of these teams are going to defend this exactly the same, though it is entirely possible, and that does seem to be borne out here by this initial showing. Capcan, Legion, Castle, Thunderbird, and Kaid. That's interesting. That is not a basement hold setup that I think I have ever seen.
It's surprises all the way around. We were just talking about Thorn, how she's going to be playing a lot similar to a Capcan, except bringing the shield, but they're not even going for, it looks like, well, maybe the Thunderbird can... Wait, shoot. She has no shield.
She does not have the option to bring the shield. No, she has a nitro cell and impact
shield. Yeah, she definitely has the explosives. But there's no shields at all.
Operators have shields.
Totally contrary to everything they're thinking. Yeah, so they do have quite a lot of explosives, though. Opting for the C4 on the Thunderbird. I can't recommend the impact opportunities there, but that might just be the holes, because I don't think they have any shotguns for rotates either. So there's going to be doing those jabs. It looks like they're going to be trying to force more funneled gunfights, especially with that castle. From my deduction initially, I'm going to be saying it's probably that they're trying to play mostly around those castle barricades to funnel St. Ambrose's attack.
A little bit of an error right there. It looks like the Thunderbird took a hit, probably from an impact grenade. Fortunately, the Kona stations, well, they do work as a good useful healing util, so they will at least be able to get healed up right here. I just don't know about this sort of defensive setup and what this is going to yield. There's honestly not a lot in this to slow St. Ambrose down, and with St. Ambrose being kind of the stronger side in this matchup, I think they'll have a pretty easy time taking this apart. I mean, these castle barricades are fine and all, but you have the Zofia here who can easily destroy them. You even have a Maverick who can destroy them, and at the end of the day, you can just straight up punch them. So that's an option as well. Now, what they're going to want to do right here is they're going to want to get this Maverick into position where they can destroy the Electro Claw. It goes down. That means you can swing your ace in here, and you already have at least one opening straight into the heart of the bomb site, and they can't be challenged from the door here leading into bunker. That's the other interesting thing. That castle barricade works both ways. Nitro Cell ripped and dipped, and that's Fleeg's taken out. It was a good kill, but still the attackers in a decent position here. They did lose, of course, 2 of their Selmas to that.
Yeah, and that's going to bottom out Heinz' Selmas. He's got the one left, opening up its mark. And upstairs, the teammates are going to have to be reckoning with the E-Box hatch as well. That's where St. Ambrose is really focusing their attack. And like you said, that castle barricade is actually giving them the luxury not having to worry about anyone pushing into bunker from there. Plenty of intel focus from St. Ambrose. Despite being that player down, they're going to get intel to find that first player and try and pick one up without much questions back and forth.
Yeah, they're just kind of going to tighten this up. And I mean, this isn't a particularly aggressive defending comp. That's the other thing I think we should keep in mind right here. It's relatively built towards, like you said, funneling enemies into gun sites. But that said, I mean, it does appear that St. Ambrose is having a little bit of difficulty picking this lock. Now, there's a potential situation developing here as Ancient Boot did drop in here on the 0. He could be kind of the first line of contact, and he will attempt to maybe get an angle through that doorway. The remaining members are moving into position here as well for the stack up, but it's Killer Pink who strikes first. Agent Boot going down. I mean, they were unsupported in E-Box, so there's not a lot they could do. And that means a 5v3 situation here for the St. Ambrose side.
They do have some intel there into E-Box, but they have to retake it since they didn't clear that castle barricade before trying to swing with Boot. And Ajax just has to keep his eyes watching for a flank through bunker. It's a situation that looked pretty decent for them right off the bat, really turned around by that first C4 and having them hurting for an avenue for entry right here is 25 seconds remain on the clock. It's got to be some frags, and Heinz is going to be the one to start it up, but Satyrine finds the mark from Freezer. He's still plenty safe, and there's going to be that Pokeball catch, accusing Disc finding his on Ajax. I guess it was definitely a benefit to be bringing all of those explosives as Trojan is forced to try and do something all on his own. He's going to find Satyrine where his teammate was felled before. He had that intel, and he's just going to hold on the trigger, getting the double kill.
Well, that's a good victory there, actually, for Hastings, all things considered. I think that shows us a little bit of a tactical sort of inflexibility, if anything, on the side of St. Ambrose. I would have expected that they would pick that lock a little bit better, Treasury, all things considered. They certainly had the tools, I think, to go about that in a more efficient manner. I think that initial nitro cell that they got hit with scared them a little bit, and they honestly never really seemed to recover. This is interesting, though, as they go up to kids' dorms, they are bringing the Flores out. On the side of the defenders, they are not opting for a mute. They don't even have a Mozzie, so they have nothing but their guns to stop these Flores drones, and that's a recipe for disaster.
Okay, so we talked about Oregon. You know what's happening. I know what's happening. Everyone in the lobby knows what's happening. Well, Hastings has thrown Hastings. There you go. I'll fix it for the benefit of everyone. Has totally circumvented that. They're not going to play anything like some holds that we've seen, playing more for comfort characters. It looks like it's the same roster, the same lineup that they had in basement coming upstairs. So it's going to be the same kind of MO. They want to funnel players into some gunfights where they can keep taking them for a while, because Killer Pink 111 has those recurring heals to place in sight, and the castle barricades are going to tell them well beforehand where St. Ambrose is coming from. So just like you said, as long as they can get over that kind of having their brain scrambled by that C4 and pick up on exactly what they're dealing with, is that mix-up might not have the same impact this round as it did before. But that's going to be on St. Ambrose to decide.
Yeah, it is going to be on St. Ambrose to decide. I mean, they're going about this in what I would kind of say is the traditional way, right? The only thing that I think is a bit interesting is they've stacked both of their hard breachers up on this side. Usually you would see a situation in which Maverick in particular was put into this spot to kind of be the one to open the library wall. They've got Sophia holding. I'm so sorry, my dog is going ballistic for some reason. No. He's upset, man. He doesn't understand this Captain Castle defensive strategy. This is not in his playbook. He's got opposable thumbs. All right, so he plays a lot of Siege. He's actually better than me. But I digress. I digress indeed. It's interesting that they did choose to bring the Maverick and the Ace on the same side. Usually you would see the Ace maybe focusing on the wall to games, right, to open that up, but they're really putting a lot of pressure here into this library side take, and I just don't necessarily know that that's the play here, because there's not a lot of pinch coming off of that big window.
Yeah, there is a player there that's a static pressure, but nothing really threatening immediately. Ajax finds the first kill for his team. They've traded out that camp can, and they do have the pressure on Attic, but they're going to have to start moving up on it pretty soon with about half the round to the wayside. Boot is pressed up a little further in Attic, so he's going to buy that ground for them so that they can take up some more space. But with 3 players stacked up here, it might be a little bit difficult, because they're going to have to keep taking these lines of sight against Killer Pink, who already has 2 kills to his name.
This is what I'm talking about, the lack of pinch here, though. They're literally funneling in through the single most choke point that they possibly can. Killer Pink just sitting here with this spear, waiting for targets to walk their way. Now, that was a good little bit of play right there to kind of turn that around, but Elite Moose had the coverage. Ajax is down, so you don't even really stop this. There's 2 guns facing down that wall, and St. Ambrose is just completely stuck. Like, this is a stalemate akin to World War I. You cannot break this. And they're just going to keep trying to swing this, which is, to me, almost crazy, Treasury, because they're just trying the same thing over and over again. It's not working. Elite Moose gets another kill. That's a poor attack. That's just way too one-dimensional for a site that everybody knows so well.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head immediately. Splitting hard breachers to at least have another site that you can start pushing into. If you take out master bedroom, then worst comes to worst, you stall out fully on Attic. Take the 20 seconds, and they could barely spare 20 seconds at the end because the timer just ticked down. But in that situation, you take the 20 seconds, you rotate to the other side of the map, and you try and make something happen somewhere that's not going to be a Thunderbird permanently healing herself with 2 Kona stations. So St. Ambrose still not finding that adaptation and just being flummoxed by these plays from Hastings. Hastings just play at angles.
I mean, yeah, they are, and that's all they had to do in that scenario. Like, they just had to sit there and wait for their opponents to come to them. So I'm a little surprised, because I think I expected a team with a 5-3 record to know a little bit better about how you execute on that bomb site. I'm willing to give them the pass, right? Because maybe they were just sort of hoping that in that particular scenario, they could catch them off guard or whatever. But it did not occur that way. So it's a little bit of a reset, maybe. As we go down to kitchen dining, this should be an easier bomb site to take, right? This is a tertiary site. The defensive lineup, by the way, is not changing on any of these sites. They're running the Thunderbird double trap operator castle setup. So in terms of what you bring as attackers, you should be able to play around this pretty well. But interesting to note, they still have not brought a sledge to the party. Like, despite this castle being run every single time and Sledge having 2 frag grenades and the ability to open up the floor, they're still not bringing a sledge. At least they have Trojan here with the Fuse, who has some flat pack charges so they can get some of these castle barricades open.
Yeah, that'll definitely help with some of that utility. But another thing you'll notice with that Fuse, if they do take second floor control, and Hastings has no players up top. So if St. Ambrose is able to recognize this and move upstairs, they're going to be able to drop Fuse charges into kitchen and really cook up some Hastings players.
That's the ultimate worry, right? That's the big concern. And it doesn't look like many of the members, I don't think Hastings even got anyone who can really challenge the top floor control. So if you can get Fuse into a position where they can kind of start to go to work, this is about as good of an ideal target rich environment for a Fuse as you're ever going to get, right? Nobody challenging, no real fear of roamers, just get to work, start planning charges and start getting kills. And that looks like exactly what's going to start happening. That's a really good Fuse charge right there. Woo! That was bad. Oh, Chief Todd walked back into it, man. Oh, no.
One player still there in kitchen, trying to cover up the rest of the ground, and it is chaos for Hastings in there. They've lost one of their number already. They've been able to spread out a little more, so not all packed up on top of each other. But the setup where kitchen is just fully reinforced off is terrifying when it comes to a Fuse. They need to have someone up top, and St. Ambrose, they just need to win some gunfights at this point. That's what it's going to come down to with a hold like this from Hastings. If the Fuses don't kill them all off, it's just bloody gunfights.
It is, and I mean, accusing disc getting taken out there, that's a, oh my gosh, that's ugly.
Stuck in the window.
Not seen that before, actually, ever. That's a first. Fortunately, Satyrine and Elite Moose combining for some kills right there, shutting down the gut of this attack. So it's a 4v3. Still players on the board, though. The Fuse is still alive. Ancient Bones here with a good angle to get this cutoff, but Elite Moose there punishing again. And somebody got shot in the foot as Hines tries to force the front door, and that doesn't work either. Satyrine there with the UMP to get the kill backwards. Now Ancient Boot, the only one left alive. Assault rifle in hand here, pushes up, goes ahead and gets one. He's got 2 more left to finish off. Accusing Disc has basically no health left, so that's about as good as it's going to get. There's the kill. He'll go ahead and grab the diffuser. Now it's just Accusing Disc left on the other side. He tries to sort of crawl his way forward, the old leopard crawl. Doesn't quite avail him just yet. 10 seconds left on the clock. Is he going to be able to find the great gunfight, or is he going to be forced to plant? He's going to go for the gunfight, and Accusing Disc shuts it down and gives him a little head shake there to let him know that you can't be doing that in Accusing Disc kitchen.
No, he's somehow managed to survive all of the bombing down there in the kitchen. Good thing they make those little windows and all the appliances just very, very sturdy. The explosives aren't going to get through them. Not even the shrapnel quite taking another kill off the players on the defense. A nice little clutch up to seal things off as well. Hastings feeling real nice as they've completed their first full rotation.
Yeah, that's got to be good for them as well. That's a good start for Hastings, and St. Ambrose, I think, should be doing better right now. All things considered, I think a lot of their mistakes have felt a little fundamental. So there's the good thing about this kind of situation, I will say, is that it does provide a bit of a learning opportunity, right? Like, it gives you the opportunity to look at the mistakes that you're making and be like, how could we have done that better, right? Like, what was the issue that we had here? And that's good. Unfortunately, is the quarterfinals. So, like, if you're, in a learning phase right now, you need to snap out of that learning phase, PDQ, and get into the doing work phase as soon as possible. And hopefully they'll be able to find that. I mean, again, let's keep in mind here too, and I should have said this a little bit earlier, Treasury, Oregon, notoriously a defender-sided map, right? Like, this is one of the most defensively favored maps in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about holding angles, and Hastings has really put all of their eggs in the basket of holding angles, so really playing towards that strength on the map. But The answer to holding angles and stacking up players, because having 2 guns on the same angle isn't really better than 1. And the reason that that's made is because of our beautiful little drones in the game. They're going to allow you to find them and pre-fire angles, because you just need 1 headshot. You just keep your placement right at the head. You're going to be able to kill people off pretty quickly if you know their location well before you start swinging that, and especially at coordination with teammates. So this is showing us that St. Ambrose isn't finding droned locations and having a player swing on them to find the frags.
Indeed. We'll see if the angles can be held. This is a bold choice here from Ancient Boot. Fortunately, he's got some friends with him, so it doesn't turn him into leather right there. He'll be able to stick around. Satyrine holding up in the freezer, about to get droned out. There it is. And it's a stack up for a push into another contested area. The spirit of the British Expeditionary Force lives long in the minds here of the St. Ambrose side as they begin to charge in their own little personal version of the freezer song. It'll be Ajax who leads the charge here. Saw a head there, wasn't able to click on it. He's got another gun pointing at him from the opposite direction. What was that you said about 2 guns covering the same angle? Apparently, it's a strategy they like here, at least at the moment. That, speaking of angles, that's a nasty little angle that Ajax is holding. Unfortunately, he can't confirm the kill. All he can do is pin Accusing Disc in place next to those laundry machines and just wait for him to peek his head out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, this one's they've got the frag grenades for someone hiding out in a corner. You need to just have someone else hold the angle, make sure he doesn't pull out, and then just cook up a nade. It's going to be a little bit hard of an angle to take right here, but just staring isn't going to be what gets them through this angle holding phase. Heinz going to find the first one to open it up, but Accusing Disc once again is putting kills on the board. Heinz finds himself another, as St. Ambrose is finally up on the player count for this round, as Heinz finds yet another. He is just walking through Hastings at this point. As soon as he found a head, he just started taking them and did not stop. The first round for St. Ambrose here on the back of hero plays from Heinz, who's just going to make the angles work no matter how many players on either side on that same angle.
There we go. Heinz breaking the seal. That's like when you go to open a ketchup packet and it all just shoots out at once. You know what I mean? Like it's just all over the place. That was a Heinz moment right there. Am I allowed to compare him to the ketchup treasury, or are we going to get sued for that? I really haven't considered that at this stage.
Let me talk to our lawyers.
Yeah, let's get the NECC legal team on the phone, make sure that we're all clear there in regards to the use of the name Heinz and the reference to the brand. But focusing back on what we do have at least some understanding of, we look at the game here. It was a good attacking round. I say that in the sense that I don't think tactically it was particularly brilliant, but in terms of the gunplay, they were at least able to deliver victory. Heinz obviously got the ace right there and deserves play for it, but the rest of the team, I think, was contributing in a relatively effective manner. Accusing Disc here slapping down a Capkin trap. That's one that I actually like a lot. Not so much a big fan of putting one right on the closet door, or the door leading out of the master bedroom, but that one in the closet, that's cheeky, Treasury, because people don't always look there, so they can't get caught. And throw goo in there for good measure as well, man. That's and put down the castle barricades. Good God, that master bedroom is locked down tight.
Yeah, that has some potential there too, especially they've got a lot of explosives once again. So if they're using that leisure mind to just give a little bit of a notification or slow something down, they can throw even impacts to open up the floor and find a sight line, or a C4 to just outright kill players from St. Ambrose looking to push in here, which they are now doing. This is something that we noticed specifically St. Ambrose didn't do the first time they attacked this objective.
Okay, well, they're droning out small tower right now, so I assume they're going to try and set up crossfire there. Ow. Maverick stepping in through the door. That's Ajax who got clipped. He's going to get clipped again. Ajax is done. Accusing Disc with the double Capkin finish right there, doing exactly what needed to be done. By the way, a long sightline opened up towards that door as well, as now the rest of the members of the St. Ambrose side begin to work their way in. Fleegs watched his teammate get taken out by 2 improvised explosive devices, considered maybe that there are other ways of attacking the site, and is now up in armory, though don't worry, those angles will probably be covered too in no time at all. Really interesting here that Hastings has essentially chosen what I would call almost a hard sort of turtle strategy, Treasury. Everybody has been brought back to roost. Doors have been sealed off here. There's really no roam game to speak of. And even then, St. Ambrose doesn't seem to be taking advantage of the space that's been sort of given over to them.
Yeah, it's a little lacking efficiency on the drone game here, because they could realize pretty quickly that master bedroom is fully clear. Trophy is free with the wall opened up as well. They could just take Attic right here for relatively little investment as well. Even they still got over a minute to work with, but they're just kind of spooked off of losing Ajax so early, and losing the Maverick is going to make it a lot more difficult to take some of these hard breaching spots. They're going to find a little bit more information here. This is the Killer Pink spot, one that's been a menace to them before, and Heinz keeping that up with 6 kills in a row now, counting on his last round. There's going to pick that one up. They're not going to deal with that Thunderbird. Again, accusing Disc has a nice angle right there, but Heinz once again picking up another one here to clear their way in. We've got a little bit of intel to work off of, but none of it's going to be fresh enough to really play with. Someone else droning right up for Heinz would really be the move right now while his teammates come up white. There's what should be good for pinching out Satirne.
Just unleash the Heinz. Deploy tactical Heinz. They might try that again here. Heinz going for some feet, won't find it, falls back the other direction. Everything left in the hands of Elite Moose on the Legion. Not enough goo mines in the world, I think, to avail him in this particular scenario, though he has managed to take Ancient Boot out of the equation. That's the boot on the other foot here for Elite Moose. Elite Moose working his way around. Here's the plant going down. Definitely can't deny it over there in the corner of games. And a difficult prospect here for the Legion player.
Yeah, these
He's going to slow creep his way in. Oh, no.
Oh, just barely holding on with a sliver of health right here as Heinz is on the hunt. Barely staying alive with 1 health himself. He's got even less, but he's got a whole Trojan to back him up as well. So Heinz is free to keep aggressing these angles.
Yes, the angles. That's the problem here. They're all being held, and Trojan will go ahead and take Elite Moose down. And alas, it's moose hunting season up here on the top floor of Oregon. So a good round, a better round from St. Ambrose right there. I will admit that I think it had its ugly moments, lest we speak of the double Capkin traps in the master bedroom again. But in the main, looking pretty decisive about what they wanted to do. Still, the lack of pinch on attack here, Treasury, really causing me to pull at my hair a little bit.
It's at the bottom of these rounds getting pretty darn close. I have to say that for both these teams. They have the potential to take these deep into the ending round, even if things don't start out in their favor. Back to the defense here for the last defense round, or back to the basement for the last defense on Hastings defending half. They want to make the most of this. They have the opportunity to come out of this 4-2, which is definitely going to be on pace for what they're looking for on Oregon defense.
Yeah, 4-2 finish would be great for Hastings. We don't want to kind of give away the, I don't want to take too much away from either of these teams. So Hastings, I think this is the first team that they've ever had reach the playoffs for Rainbow Six. Somebody's telling us here in the chat, this is their first time that they managed to do that. So a pretty impressive event for them. That means that they don't have a ton of playoff experience either. But in all fairness, Treasury, I mean, they've done pretty good work here so far against St. Ambrose, who, if I'm going to be honest, have maybe given it up to them a little bit, right? They've certainly made it a little bit easier in certain circumstances. The diffuser getting dropped right there, just allowing them to escort their way in. Once more, the assault into blue will be sort of preceded by this Maverick. The exact same defensive setup that we've seen for the last 5 rounds here, appearing again in round number 6. Castle barricades, 2 trap operators, and of course that Thunderbird to round it out with some valuable heals.
Yeah, so I really need to see from St. Ambrose here is basically the same start that they showed us last time. Watch out for the C4. Probably keeps on watching the hole. Make sure they don't have a repeat of last time. Learn from the past there. They've already taken a lot of ground here because free to give, and they've wasted no time in taking it as well. So this is right in line with what I want to see. They're already way further in the round than they got last time, and it's been much less time.
Of course, they have to be careful of the trap that they fell into last time, which was a Kai, the nitro cell slung, and I don't think he managed to pick anyone up this time. Interesting, by the way, Hastings is employing a roamer on this one. I saw somebody up on the top deck. I don't necessarily know who it is, but they are in the mix, so that's something that they're going to have to worry about just a little bit here. Fleegs might even be clued into it, watching downrange. As Trojan here is on drone duty, interesting enough, giving him a good idea of what they have to look forward to before probably dropping this freezer hatch and just getting a little bit aggressive. Once more, the members of St. Ambrose stacking up for a half a second. The turtle defenses, though, not really benefiting Hastings. They're all tight up again, and now with the wall of freezer being open, that's going to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into the overall formation.
There goes the first kill right there as Boot finds one. There's a minute left to work with here as they've gotten just about all the points across the round. They've hit their marks that they want. They are going to lose one to Satirine, who finds the first for their team. Ooh, Fleece finds one as well as St. Ambrose starts pushing into the site here. Chief Todd hasn't answered there, but so much time has been burnt punching out castle barricades, even with Trojan on Sledge this time. It's going to start getting pretty tense for St. Ambrose here, especially since they're down the player count in a lot of these 50-50 fights.
Good swing there from Fleegs, picks up one. That just leaves it in a 2v2. Satirine and Accusing Disc on the other side. Satirine here holding over in the storage area, waiting to see if they can pick someone off. They look the wrong direction. Hines swings it and gets the kill. The soft pings here coming in on the Capkin, coming down the stairs, and that's another kill for Hines, who has just been the utter deliverance here for this side of St. Ambrose, and that'll leave him at 3-3 on the half.
That is exactly what they need. It's a bit of a shame for St. Ambrose that they're having to crutch so heavily on Hines just out shooting, but I guess some of it has to be said for the intel he's been feeding or been getting fed by his teammates. We see those pings coming out. I mean, that last one on the stairs, he knew well in advance. That was a kill done before he had even swung the corner due to those calls. They're going to be able to set the pace themselves a lot more on this round and the next 5 after that as well. Now that they've switched onto the defensive side, they're having a hard time finding exactly what to do against Hastings' defense. It's not what you'd normally be expecting. And St. Ambrose just, I think they're prepared for your default holds, and something outside of that, they're just not sure what to do with on the fly.
Yeah. Hines is hungry. He's hungry Hines right now. You could say he's relishing the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. Get it? You're supposed to laugh, Treasury. There we go.
That's my
Follow
secret.
me down this rabbit hole of madness. Anyway, let's take a look at the St. Ambrose defense here. Speaking of Hines, he'll be starting off on the smoke, which is good. You want a solid kind of anchor position. He'll be filling that out right here. Fleece coming out on the castle. A lot of castle play being shown by both of these teams. You've actually got a really, I would say, almost anchor-heavy composition right here. Ancient Boot on that Echo, and then finally Trojan on the Kaid. So you've got a relatively solid, very tight defense that you can play. Ajax, of course, is the kind of oddball in this setup. Being on that Thorn, that's kind of going to be your roamer should you choose to use it. But by the looks of it, they've got Thorn buried over in the back of Kids.
Yeah, here, this is one of the most explosive, intensive defenses have to push that I've ever seen. There's 3, you can count them, deployable shields. There's echo drones as well, gonna keep up the pressure as well as those smokes and the castle barricades. So many explosives needed. No sledge either for dealing with those castles. So there's gonna be a lot of pressure on Killer Pig to stay in there and find marks for all the grenades and the Gun 6. And Elite Moose as well, using those Hibana charges are just 2 pellets at a time to break through a lot of this stuff. Oh, we've seen this one before.
Nitro cell. It took too long to detonate. Accusing Disc was able to escape. That's painful. Nearly had the kill right there. I think Accusing Disc watched his life flash before his eyes, and justifiably so. Oh, no. I tell you what. It's a bit of a shame right there. Chief Todd checking down. Every member almost of the Hastings squad here stacked up in the master bedroom now that they finally got their entry open. Satirine is going to open it up with the Candela. Swings in. LMG a fire and gets caught in a big old cloud of smoke there, courtesy of Hines. And some extra spicy mustard they put in that one. They've got one more Toxic Babe to use as well. Here it comes. The Yokai moving into position as well to deny. And things beginning to look increasingly unpleasant for these Hastings attackers. I say that though, and Satirine manages to pick up a kill on the Trojan, the LMG coming in big.
It is just a trade of disruption both ways. Smoke grenades, Echo Yokai just spitting out concussions, and with these Yangs going by, it's given Satirine enough opportunities to find some heads peeking out at these longer angles. Hines here, our hero for St. Ambrose, finds an angle there. As soon as the Killer Pink peaks right there, there's going to be those explosives gone by the wayside, and the shield's going to be doing his job to keep him in there. He's out of smoke, babes. They'll deny the smoke, and he just does not know where it is with the smoke coverage right there. They know a plant's gone down. They're going to have to assume it's right there in games. It couldn't be anywhere else.
Well, he'll see it now. Heinz has got visual confirmation, is probably kicking himself because he didn't expect anyone to plant in the middle of the breach. Ancient bootstepping forward, MP5 in hand, gets the kill easy as you please right there. Heinz pulls the shotgun, doesn't see the Hibana hiding behind the bed. It's another kill stacked up for Elite Moose. The challenge from Ajax, though, puts him down. Chief Todd outside trying to hold on the support player, fighting it out right there, and he wins it out as well. Ancient Boots goes for the swing, and Chief Todd emerges victorious.
What a perfect string of refrags. It's just, if you get a kill, you're gonna die and someone else is gonna get it. It's coming down to these great 1v1s, those clutches at the end. And with that diffuser going down, that's what really spelled the end, especially with these bloody gunfights we keep seeing between these two teams. It just comes down to whoever's got the objective to play it, because you can just stay behind an angle and wait for someone to push, even pre-fire, especially if you've got the heavier hitting rifle.
Yeah, the heavier hitting rifle, I think, was pretty decisive in that particular conflict. I mean, unfortunately, there was a plenty of opportunities, I think, there for St. Ambrose to maybe kind of have won that one out. And unfortunately, they just weren't really able to do so. Looking ahead to the next round, we're down on the basement, so a site swap coming our way. And finally, they've gone with the wise decision of bringing Fleegs on the Jaeger. This was something I was actually going to mention last time, Treasury, is that you were talking about how explosives heavy it was, right? There was a lot of explosives, there was a lot of throwables, a lot of denial in play right there. Yet we did not have a Wamai and we did not have a Jaeger, which is very interesting. Jaeger is the most picked defender in the game. He's got a losing win rate, by the way, but he is the most picked defender. So it was interesting to see neither team wanted to bring one along.
Interestingly, he's coming out the round that we don't see any shields at all, though, which is a little bit interesting. I mean, he's going to be more protective against just straight up frag grenades on players holding in corners. Yeah, and it's going to be definitely what they're thinking as an answer to the Candelus, because those were a problem. Those spelled 2 kills right off the bat. That definitely gave them an uphill battle to fight. And if the trades had still gone off that way, they would have been 2 players up in that execute if they hadn't been just fully bamboozled, I guess, by those Candelas.
Yeah, the Candelas, I think, were pretty critical in a lot of those fights for causing some serious problems. Meanwhile, it's going to be a straight rush through blue here from this Hastings side. They've got the exothermic going off there into E-Box. Trojan ducked out of cover quite quickly there and set up on another side. Considering why he didn't put Electro Claw there, he's now in danger of getting fragged out as well. He's actually going to challenge the corner as the first Ying Candela comes in and gets no one. Heinz now going on the long rotate here on the as the Malusi, probably going to try and go all the way back down those back stairs and come back into this, but there's a soft barricade in there as well, something they'd have to watch out for unless she chooses to take the tower stairs. But no, the plant's already going down. Chief Todd runs in under the cover of the Candela flashes, just going to go ahead and throw the diffuser down, and he escapes.
Trojan was
with his
watching.
life. Trojan had the angle, Treasury. He just didn't fire.
There was no way of him to know until much too late. That smoke fully covering. That's, he didn't have the C4 either. He didn't have the opportunity to look for that opportunity. Killer Pig holding that angle for quite a while in Harry Potter, and it comes in clutch right there, stopping a flank opportunity. Another couple coming out, but he's going to kill his own teammate. Elite Moose gets one as well. Oh my God. The win for St. Ambrose on the back of team kills on the attack and a swift defuse under cover of so much gunfire.
What? What was going? What a round! I just don't even know what to say.
That's the best thing I've seen this week.
It was like Trojan, like pulling a Gandalf moment there, like you shall not pass, physically blocking the door with his body, auto mag in hand to prevent anyone coming in. You had the team kill mixed in there. You saw Heinz, who has been the standout player in the entire lobby. Yeah, there were team kills. Heinz got absolutely murked.
Like, I've never seen such an exciting smoke plant in my life. Oh my! I'm just
beyond the pale.
It in my head. That's amazing. Here, Hastings is gonna be really frustrated at having lost that one. I mean, obviously, those team kills hurt, and they're gonna be thinking about that one. So it's gonna be on them to keep their mentality beyond that, because that was a round that should have been in the bag. They had such a decisive plant. They turned the timer on its head. They had the flank watch perfectly from Killer Pig.
5 seconds left.
I don't know what to make of what I just saw. I mean, it's kind of lending itself back to what I said earlier, Treasury, which is that this map does favor execution, right? Because it favors the better team, because everybody kind of knows what's what. You kind of want to be better at executing than your opponents. In that scenario, I guess St. Ambrose was just better in execution in terms of that post-plant scenario, though I will give credit to Hastings for managing to get them there at all. Now you begin to see the setup here for another very tight defensive hold. It's interesting to me that neither of these teams really seems to like the idea of roaming. Right? We don't see a lot of players kicking out. Now they're taking cautious, maneuvers here. I mean, you look at Saturday, it's just kind of very slow, very methodical, like looking for a roamer. But neither team actually seems to want to play said roamers. This is interesting as well. Saturne sitting up here in a position where they can Candela down into Attic, which would set up the room for somebody to push. Maybe Finka on this position is kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but the shotgun is not going to care about any healing, and Heinz has been quite true on his mark, so that window is just not a viable entry right here. The Jaegers are doing their job, making sure that Heinz can stay in there for a bit longer, but there comes that Candela, and it's going to finally force him out. He needed another coverage there. He tried to push back out, and it is Folly as Saturne is just going to shut him right down. We got the smoke in there as well, which have been great to Hastings. They're now going to be able to start pushing in with that one totally covering the angle in the kid's bedroom where there's two players from St. Ambrose. They're not able to engage in this fight at all.
They're not. More Candelas on the way here from Satirine. This one leading in. Another smoke going down there as well. There's a surprise waiting for them behind the couch. I think they downed the player who's hiding back there. That'll be Trojan. Now the gun's kind of forced to pick a couple of different angles as the frag grenade comes sailing over right there and takes Ajax out. Fleeg's in a difficult scenario trying to get some shots through the wall, won't find it. Ancient Boot instead comes up with a little bit of gold there and takes down Elite Moose. Satirne now playing out of the small attic area, trying to fight this one back. There's a lot of bodies in play for Hastings right now. Not enough for St. Ambrose. Chief Todd collects 2 kills again on that support role, but the star of the show cleans it up. It's Satirine once more.
Those two, absolutely great to see. Chief Todd putting down 3 plants in a row, that's practically unheard of. And the execution there in the post plant, they've set up so well. I mean, that first kill on Heinz, followed up by the smoke, and just beelining for the diffuse. They had their objective in mind, and they took it just so decisively.
Yeah, they did indeed take it quite decisively. That's a good way to put it. I mean, again, this is looking a little rough here for St. Ambrose, but I don't necessarily want to say that either side really has the advantage, because that last round, I mean, you think back to Basement where there were team kills all over the place. It's just been kind of a punch fest. I think that the main sort of defining issue here seems to be kind of who makes less mistakes. Is that a good way to put it here, Treasury? I feel like if there's a team that makes less mistakes, they usually tend to win, which I know sounds like a kind of a silly sort of thing to say, but I think it's particularly true for this squad. I think they're about equal in terms of gun skill. It's really these kind of like missteps that are causing them significant struggle.
Yeah, I think honestly, I mean, you're saying pretty even on gun skill, and we're seeing that because I think most rounds are coming down to the pure gunfights themselves. And something you definitely notice is the disparity on especially St. Ambrose University here. If Heinz isn't finding kills, St. Ambrose is struggling to find wins. Boot and Trojan, they are keeping pace with most members of Hastings, but not to name names, but you're not getting that same participation from the whole roster. And any little missteps in gunfights specifically are what's really spelling out the round counts.
Well, Satirine leading the charge again. If there's one person that they could get out of the equation early on, it should be that Ying. Satirine has been absolutely devastating here, I think, across both of these rounds. The smokes alone have been devastating. They've got Ancient Boot here on the pulse, so that's giving them a pretty good intel feed if they should need it. And here comes the initial assault into meeting. The exothermic going off right there, opening the wall up. Heinz is going to bail out completely and go for that flank again. We've seen Heinz do this a couple of times. Tries to sort of double back in on this, almost like a dagger pointed at the weak point of the enemy team. And he might actually pull this one off because, again, I don't think he's marked right here. I think he's got plenty of room to operate with. The MP5K in hand. He comes comes sneaking up the stairs, is smart enough to hold his shot at least temporarily, checks back to make sure no one's there, and gets the kill on the planter. Chief Todd is down, and that means diffuser control as well, and I don't think they know that Hines is hiding here.
Yeah, they should have a call out that someone killed him from behind, but with this opening in the hole, he's got an even better line of sight to be working with right here. Ajax shuts down accusing Disc as well. It's a 2v5, practically undoable at this rate with that coverage of the diffuser as well. Here's a nice option here from Killer Pink going down below, try and cover the flank option. Behind isn't having any of it. He gets a double and a triple kill to seal off a flawless round.
Oh, man. Again, another wild ride here we're being taken on by these two teams. Neck and neck, Treasury. In and out of this. Back to the 5-5 score line we go. A very solid defensive effort here in for St. Ambrose. Hines making the big play right there to kind of secure them the victory. The Wamai coming in huge in the clutch. Now we're going back to second floor kids' dorms one more time. And this is another one where I feel like, you know, it could really go either way. I'm almost to the point here where I don't want to do too much prognostication, Treasury, because I feel like whatever I say could be so easily disproved in a matter of moments.
Yeah, that does definitely tend to be the case here. I honestly wouldn't even be too bothered with some of these players just opting for better guns at this rate, especially on the defense, since you got such a disparity. And since this is just coming down to gunfights so often, I wouldn't really be too remiss to replace your Jaeger. I mean, like, keeping the Wamai definitely, because he's going to add that benefit to the team. But if you're just using the Wamai, you're just trying to shut down those Yings and keep the Candelas out of your way. I don't know, I guess Jaeger might be a bad example there, since he is definitely serving that purpose. But even the Kaid is not saving too much time super consistently. I don't know if the time wasting is really the move here, which is something you'll never hear me say again.
I don't know either, man. It's a strange call, but hey, I'll take it. I'm just curious. I gotta say, I love Castle as an operator. I've always been a big advocate of a Castle. I think he's creative. He allows you to kind of change the nature of maps. He's kind of cool. I'm curious why both of these teams like him so much. Right? There are better operators. Like, I'll be straight up honest about it. There are better operators who would serve almost similar purposes. I think in a lot of these scenarios. One that springs to mind immediately is just a Rooney, but maybe the UMP 45, just a more comfortable gun, all things considered. Drone comes rolling in right there. Trojan double back and take it out. Trojan might actually get an opportunity to deliver a C4 unto the enemy. They definitely have some clues as to what's going on. Speaking of Castle, he's stacked up in Armory right now, trying to put shots down range over towards the master bedroom closet. An evade attempt to hold this out. The smokes are coming through right now, which probably means a plant isn't far away, as all 5 members of Hastings are around the door to the master bedroom. They were until quite recently.
Actually, here's the pick I really want, is the Maestro on the defense. Sees right through the smokes. Both teams have relied on the smokes very heavily to get good plants down, and it's really paying off. Coming back to this, though, Fleeg's on this Armory hold. This is great. He hasn't been droned out. He gets the down on Satirine, the biggest fragging operator on the other team. That's really big. Even if the res is going to go off, it's not going to be to too much effect if he's going to get that headshot on Elite Moose here, and he's going to wind away so much time just by playing this nice off angle.
Flee's in the pixel peak right there, just pink, 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 his way into a kill like he was firing 22s trying to range. Killer Pink, though, returning the favor almost immediately. The frag grenade comes sailing over. Flea gets another one playing out of Armory. He's an absolute demon over here on the Castle. He nearly gets one more there before he goes down. Instead, it's Ajax who strikes back with the spear, quite appropriately, actually, all things considered, with the name like Ajax. Hines there cleaning up Chief Todd, and that just leaves one. What? It's accusing Disc on very low health, and Fleas has got the shotty out, and he gets the kill onto accusing Disc. What a beast.
Yeah, that might be a timeoutable round when you get shut down by a Castle and Armory and finished off with a super shorty. That feels a little bit bad there, as this back and forth nature has been shut down just a little bit.
Yeah, that's That's an ending and a half right there. It's probably not a bad time to take the pause and kind of talk to yourselves. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be absolutely honest here, Treasure. Hastings has not done bad. It's not been a bad performance from them. So I think that's just maybe a little bit of frustration showing right there. But again, part of the problem is these attacks are very one-dimensional. This is the exact same issue that was, kind of rendered unto us by St. Ambrose. You come in all from one direction, right? You're not really trying to change up the script here in terms of the operators that you're running. And if you come in like that, you would reasonably expect that the opposing team is going to try and slow you down. So how do we counteract that? Well, you do what people have been doing since, time immemorial, and you try and open up another flank. And both of these teams have seemed to be very uncomfortable with that, at least conceptually.
Yeah, they're just not sure how to apply, especially on the fly. I mean, this is a thing that's just coming from, to be blunt about it, just inexperienced teams. I don't think anyone is going to really disagree with that. This is one of the lower divisions we have here at the NECC, and these teams, like we mentioned before, are a little bit newer to playing this game at this competitive level. So some of these things are just hard to do, and if you've ever tried to IGL, you'll understand that it's just very difficult to recognize what's happening while you're trying to play the game. It requires so much simultaneous thought processes going on at once. You hear the calls from your teammates, you have to figure out what they're telling you, what's actually going on over there, and then think of a solution to it, and then tell your teammates to apply it, because you can't just do it all yourself. So it's just very hard if you don't have a full roster that is very inundated in the meta and the game itself, and have the play time to just have the comfortability to answer something very quickly. So adapting on the fly is something that we kind of just assume is something that teams will do, and something that they need to do a lot of times, but it can be difficult to apply, more difficult than we really give it credit for here on the casting booth sometimes. And it's that exact thing that I think is giving these teams some problems with a lot of these situations, especially the flanks, and especially those off-site anchors that are really raining heck, because a castle and armory isn't too hard to deal with. You just blow out his castle barricade over there, put someone on the window, and then drone up the stairs, and one of them is going to shoot him. You just pinch him out. But if you haven't done that before, imagine trying to figure that out on the fly while your teammates are going down to that castle at the very moment. It's so much different.
Indeed it is. Back down to the basement we go. St. Ambrose looking to take this one away and get themselves out of a relatively dangerous situation. A series of frag grenades there are attempted, none of them quite finding their targets. Smoke grenade is thrown in as well, just to be a nuisance. But they were not able to unseat the Cyan Electro Claw. They've got more frags they could play with, but their Finka is not really in the same area to use them. Now a long-cooked Candela comes flying in and blinds Fleegs, who gets out of dodge fast. And with that single Candela, they have managed to take some ground right here. Satyrine continues to advance, sees the target. Trojan was waiting in the ambush and instead got ambushed the other direction. Out comes another Candela. Again, each one of these Candelas just seems to be buying space. They try to go for the shutdown of the bulletproof camera right there, but Satyrine actually gets clipped from the side, and then Hines opens up from the opposite direction. 4v4 held now. Hines with the MP5K again gets one more as Hines about to deliver onto his team yet another victory.
He's got a couple players locked out here as well. He sees yet another head. There's that triple. He's looking for a fourth right now. He knows where the player is. He's going to take out Chief Todd. There's no more support left for the team. Using Disc has opened up a little hole for himself, but he's in a very similar angle to the ones we just saw prove devastating to every single other member of his team. Hines sitting on that 20 bomb right now, feeling more than happy to take another ace home. He's looking to, just like you said, bring that deliverance for SAU as he finished off their first map.
Oh, man, change that mascot over there. It's the Fighting Hines, not the Fighting Bees. I tell you what, 21 kills on the board and 2 aces. And even accusing Disc is telling him he's cracked, because justifiably so, man. The man is a legend right there, Treasury. Absolute fragger.
Yeah, maybe they should be going with another related food item there and just call him an omelet, because cracked would be the word right there. Lord, he's gonna have to keep delivering though. This is a long night ahead. This has been a close map. I would absolutely not just say, yep, they can do it from here, because Coastline is Hastings' map choice. They're gonna be a little more familiar with it. It's gonna play so differently than Oregon. So they need that Hines to deliver it. They need the rest of their team to come up to that same level. And Hastings has not been far behind, even on these just devastating rounds from him. So I think it's a long night ahead, and it's going to come down to endurance for all the members of both of these teams.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Can Hines put St. Ambrose ahead, or will Hastings finally catch up, nipping at their heels? We'll be right back to find out after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the NECC Rainbow Six Siege quarterfinals here in the Emergence Division. It's Hastings College versus St. Ambrose Esports, and they are at war with one another. A very close match, but Hines, the player of the match, sort of, was the difference maker over there on Oregon.
Yeah, it was pretty close to a great deal that he did deliver 2 aces and a 21 bomb to finish that all out. And we're going to be getting right into this one on Coastline, where it's sure to be even bloodier.
Yeah, it is going to be bloodier because this is the frag map, right? This is the fraggiest of frag maps that you will ever see here. So I assume that it's going to be a Heinz fest. They're getting rid of Capkin here. That's an interesting choice. It's not a band you see an awful lot, especially considering that Thorn still exists, but good stuff.
They lost a round to a Capcan, so I can't blame them on that. I'm kind of surprised not seeing the Ying ban, actually, because the Ying, especially Satyrine on it, was such a problem so consistently. Satyrine delivered so many kills and just shut down huge lines of sight, especially on the second floor holds, where St. Ambrose would just fold to Satyrine watching down fully flashed halls.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one, to be honest, because they had the opportunity there. They went with the Capkin instead, and I don't necessarily even know that they were the team that suffered the most under the lash of a Capkin over on Oregon. So whatever their decision-making process is, hopefully they're comfortable with it. Again, very gun skill oriented map, and I think for the most part, we were talking about this a little bit in the break as well, for the most part these teams have been relatively equal on gun skill. However, the man who's currently sitting there on the Wamai with the MP5K in hand, he has been not equal, and he is a very scary prospect, and unless they kill him first every single round, I have a feeling that Hastings is in for some deep-rooted trouble here on this Coastline map. But I will add, Treasury, just as a little bit of a thought exercise, previously we saw a lot of turtling from both of these sides on the defense. I wonder, genuinely, if we're going to be seeing that again, because these coastline sites do not lend themselves as well to that sort of setup.
They don't, but my prediction is that we will. I mean, definitely St. Ambrose's lineup here is going to indicate that, and I think that they play towards the mindset of what they are bringing for sure. And with that Thunderbird, there's going to be safe to hole up because they're going to be able to keep healing. So they want to stay close to those, and they have plenty of grenade denial. They got the first pick as well, taking out Satyrine, who has been the biggest on the guns for Hastings, and they won't even need all the Wamai discs and Jaeger ADSs to clear up those Yings because none of them get to leave the pocket. There's also the intel coming out from Boot playing the Echo, so they're able to play behind the shield very safely behind all the denial and the intel to Boot.
Taking Satyrine down early was a mighty blow here for this team, considering what a pain those Candelas were on the last map. And like you said, now not going to draw off of their Wamai magnets either. They'll still have those up as Hines prepares to set himself up for the next kill. Goes for the cheeky peeky, won't find it there, but there's more time to try, I guarantee it. He'll be back at that well again before too long. And you can see he's already starting to maybe set up for another here, looking down Cool Vibe stairs, waiting for, I believe that's Accusing Disc to step into the gun site, and Accusing Disc obliges as Hines gives him the old Viking crew cut right there. Might even get another one here coming up the stairs, but instead it's just a drone. Fleeg's the first of the defenders to fall, but the defense are looking relatively untouchable here at the moment, even with Killer Pink pushing in on the other side.
Yeah, Killer Pink will confirm that one, making sure there's no res available for Fleegs. I love this positioning of Hines, actually. This is such a power position on any day, but especially when you've got Hines just menacing the entire lobby here. He's got oversight on so many places. He's going to hear that coming out. Trojan's going to beat him to the punch, though, for this kill. He doesn't quite know that there's another play in there. He should be getting the calls right now. There's the pink 5, and Trojan's going to pick up a second one as well. That's a split double kill for those two. And Ajax gets a little note in there as well, finishing off Killer Pink, making sure there's not going to be another one coming out for them.
That's brutal. That's brutal. Just cut apart there, and the defensive information game helping them finish that off. That's something that I give a lot of credit to. They really had the call. The Yokais weren't really countered out in that scenario, and there wasn't a lot that Hastings could do, and you could kind of feel the sort of lack of options that was sort of forcing them over into that corner of hookah, where they were under the gun sights of multiple members of the St. Ambrose team, not the least among them the infamous Hines, who we've spoken of to great length. Going over to kitchen service now, Fuse will make an appearance in this lineup, and hey, fair game. I will say fair game here, Treasury, because this is a site where a Fuse can be most effective. But I see a bump in the road here of the Fuse gameplay, and it comes in the form of the man of the hour. I won't even say his name. You know who we're talking about. He's playing Vigil right here, which means that he will be in a position to cause a most unpleasant upstairs scenario as Fleegs puts down the wrong reinforcement there on the wall. That side's supposed to be the reinforcement or the rotate. You're supposed to put the reinforcement on the other one, but whatever. I ain't their coach. It's just a note for the future. Sorry, I got distracted. It's like, oh, come on, man.
Use the bomb. It's the best cover.
It is the best cover. You can't shoot through it.
There's quick notes right there. Castling off the objective, basically all those points of ingress that Hastings is likely to use. And this is really just, like you said, something that's going to come down to that vertical play. There's a Fuse. Fuse can be devastating, absolutely pinning players in kitchen and just the corners where you can pre-fire those, especially when you've got stuff like that LSW that Satyrine is bringing, and that Satyrine has been deadly on, because you can just hold that trigger for like 30 seconds straight. And it's got that big old drum magazine. And for the most part, you're going to be able to hold on the trigger for a lot longer with most of the guns that the attackers are bringing anyways. It's just nice for pre-firing. You swing it, you get free kills. So pinning them out with the Fuse is going to be big. They can get this pressure. But we do anticipate some resistance up top, although it's not up there quite yet. Oh, there it is.
What's interesting is they could theoretically have brought 3 LMGs. Both Capcom, I believe, and Finca both have the potential for the LMGs. And speaking of Finca, Hines just going to clean up. That's what Hines does. He spreads them all over the floor. He turns them into ketchup. I'm writing a fan fiction, honestly, where I think Hines might be a serial killer. I'm not sure just how it's going to go yet, but he certainly is in the context of this round. 4 kills already here, and the members of Hastings would do well to fear him at this stage. He's got complete top floor control as well, which, if Fuse was still alive, would render him useless, but fortunately he's dead, so therefore useless anyway. Satyrine here running up to the soft wall, considering their options, and then running back as they're trying to check in down here at the lobby, and Hastings can't really find the room that they like, and Hines, well, he's here to check them right back out. He will not be taking their bags.
No heal is available for the team anymore. He's plenty hurt, but that's okay. He's done all the impact that he's going to need. His Chief Todd is going to go down to boot, and Satyrine is a little bit lost here in that same lobby where their teammates died. Hines is still on the prowl, though.
Oh, Ajax watching for feet. Will they find the feet, though? That's the real question. Satyrine doubling back right here, comes out into the lobby. There is an opponent waiting for them nearby. It's the infamous Hines, but Satyrine actually confirms the kill. Fortunately, Trojan there to clean it back up, and a solid defensive round win here again for St. Ambrose, who, much like I thought, Treasury are coming out swinging here on this coastline map.
Yeah, it is that turtling up in sight, even in, well, kitchen is a lot more conducive to it, but even on hookah, turtling up and just holding those good sight lines and even getting some nice flanking in there. They're just keeping ahead of Hastings here, looking a little bit lost. This map is a little bit more freeform. There's not like a flow chart of what you need to do on coastline a lot of the time. So they're getting a little bit lost there and not being able to check those boxes, because the boxes are a little less of boxes and a little bit more of like some swirls around, and you just gotta kind of pin them down a little bit more rather than check them off. And St. Ambrose plenty happy to find them while they're kind of meandering.
Well, we go back up to Penthouse Theater. St. Ambrose likes another site that they can turtle on. They're going to go ahead and fortify that wall leading to the outside of VIP, which I like to see. I also appreciate this ADS that's casually placed on the couch right there on the middle cushion. Could you imagine you go to sit down and there's just an ADS system next to you? Just in case, man. Just in case. You just want to watch DVDs, but you don't want to get bombed.
I love Jaeger's gadget. I'm going to hit it with a A casual yawn and stretch the arm over. Make my
Oh
move on
boy.
the ADS.
Okay. I don't know about, oh boy, I don't know. Are you allowed to say these things on the NECC stream? Again, we're going to have to consult
Well,
the lawyers here.
We're just
I
cuddling
don't-
watching a movie. It's nothing big.
Technophile on our hands, I think is the appropriate term. But Satyrne here advancing, staring at yet another wall, which seems to be a fashion, just letting the hard breachers know that they should open that. So I'm sure they appreciate the guidance from the king player as they cook a candela and throw it in. And this is going to be a good assault here. I think they're pretty clear to push into VIP. We'll see. There's one member hanging at the back here to delay them. It is not Hines. It is Ajax who is in position right here to be in the wing. Ajax
Crouching
swinging out
tiger.
of cover there, catches Satyrne completely at odds. The smoke not availing them at all, as now it's Fleegs who picks up another kill.
This map is really conducive to St. Ambrose here. I don't know if it's the same playstyle that they're using before, but they have just activated on this map. They're playing out of the box, just the unexpected consistently. They just look a step ahead of Hastings, and they're just comfortable. They're just playing a shooter right now.
It's a good way to put
Which,
it. And they're also
honestly,
about to get blown
honestly
up.
makes so much sense, as most of them are coming from a COD roster anyways. So this actually is going to be a lot, like, legitimately, this is like the COD map, and if you just play it like COD, they're having a fine time.
I'm sure somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this was also St. Ambrose's map pick. I think I'll have to go back and double check, but which would play into this as well. Hines, not
looks
one
like
to
the
be
contrary.
left out, did get out that brutal nitro cell kill, and it'll be Fleegs though who finishes it off right there, puts Elite Moose down, and unfortunately Hastings, they showed us a really solid performance on Oregon. It's not been the same here. This is Hastings map pick as well. I've just been told by our producer. And now they're going into a tactical timeout, or no, they're not going into a tactical timeout by the looks of it. They'll just have to keep going forward. Okay, maybe they are. I'm not sure. I'm getting mixed information, but
We're
it looks
getting a
like
little
we stopped
trolling.
the
We're
timer.
getting a little trolling in production.
Oh, it's
here.
fair.
No, they got that
It's fair.
timeout here. It's a good time to do it. That's the perfect rotation for St.
Yeah.
Ambrose. They got their 3 rounds in a row. Just stop the bleeding for a second. You get some time to talk and address what you think the problem is. You've seen probably all the objectives that you're going to from St. Ambrose, so they can talk solutions here. They can take a break. They can put an end to that momentum a little bit. And like we said earlier, it's going to be a bit of a game of attrition. So even if there's hot shooting on St. Ambrose's side, just something to wear them out over time is definitely going to be tactically in the favor of Hastings here.
True, very true indeed. It is going to be in the favor of Hastings. And I mean, I think the tactical timeout also, like you said, it just gives them an opportunity to reset the board a little bit, consider what's been going wrong. I mean, these been a couple of kind of brutal rounds. So I think that it's necessary for them to take a bit of a step back here and consider exactly what went right and what went wrong. That said, St. Ambrose still on the defensive side right here, so I think they do still have the inherent advantage. Hines on the Goya. We were just talking about Goya over there on Oregon. We'll set those traps up, and while we do probably lament the loss of the Volcans as shields, it's worth pointing out that these Goya traps now, the new and improved Volcans, actually delay a very, very long time, like quite an impressively long time, which is something I think well worth taking into consideration. He's almost better, I would say, at denying areas than Smoke. He might actually be genuinely better because he does bring a C4 along as well, but it depends on how much value you put into Smoke's shield.
Yeah, and it is a little bit hard to confirm that you get them to activate at the time that you want. There's a few ways that the taxis, of course, can interact with those between your Twitch drones and your Reteros. And, of course, just good old-fashioned shooting them once you get the angle, or explosives even around corners. So they can have a little bit more impact on those as well. But with so many of them, it is a lot of time to be able to deny. It's definitely flexible in a way that hasn't been fleshed out nearly as much. So it's always great to see some more use of that. First 2 kills going towards Hastings' side. They're turning things on their head right here. It looks like that timeout has netted something pretty nice for them there. They're kind of pushing up on this one angle, forcing some gunfights that are definitely going their way as they've already taken out Fleegs and Ajax.
Well, Agent Boot having a double back, and Hastings has put the boot in, for lack of a better term, early on. All of them pushing up through Aqua, but they have Hines to contest here. Hines swings around and annihilates Killer Pink. They nearly got the plant down here as well. Chief Todd trying to do so in a smoke. The Yokai denying it, but you can only do that so many times. Chief Todd pulls off the plant, and Hines secures the kill. And once again, Ketchup Bane is here. They cannot deny Hines, who is just far too scary, especially with the vector in hand, and he still wants to eat. Big Dog's got to eat. He's trying to eat out another window right now. He won't be so successful this time as he ducks back behind the luggage rack and waits for this one to go. The flashbang comes wailing in. Elite Moose does get the kill onto Trojan, but Ancient Boot is there to double back on it, and that just leaves Satyrine alone trying to fight off the balcony, and Hines will confirm the kill. So another round win here for St. Ambrose, and unfortunately, the fight may be starting to go out of Hastings here, which is a genuine shame. They've done so well to get this far, Treasury. It's a genuine shame to see them struggling on this coastline map.
Yeah, this is not what I expected out of this map at all. This 4-0 just looks so dominant right now. They've already had to use that time out. They're not going to really have any more options besides just running it down. And I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know if they seem to have more varied attacking strats here. So it's just going to have to come down to responding well in the heat of the moment and finding some way to specifically to shut down Hines, because right now St. Ambrose is just enabling him. That combination of Boot using the Echo drone, totally shutting down the plant opportunity, which was a nice recognition right there. Hastings did a great job of removing 2 players from Billiards and Hookah, and then immediately going for the plant. They just hadn't cleared for the Echo drone yet. And if that Echo drone hadn't been there to deny twice the attempt at planting from Chief Todd, they would have gotten that defuse, and they would have had time to switch around and start rooting out for Hines. So it comes down to Boot just fully enabling Hines to get that full 4K in the round. So it's not just Hines on any of these things. St. Ambrose is really just dialed in on what they see as their win condition.
Too true indeed. And I mean, I do, want to give a shout out again to Hastings. They have done really well to get a team into the playoffs. I know that this is a big deal for them, and they've earned their spot here just like everybody else. It's just unfortunately St. Ambrose does seem to have kind of everything going their way here on this coastline map. That said, when the sides swap over, you never know, things might change. I still think there's a certain sense of power parity between these two squads that can't be necessarily ruled out. And I also think if they kill Hines at any given moment, it could probably shift the entire calculus of the round. But it's Ancient Boot who gets knocked down right there. As again, the Candelas are unleashed. That one catches Saturday right in the face, right? So they won't want to talk about that one for very long, but it might have opened up some opportunities. They're still a little hesitant here to push in through the front door as yet more Candelas, more explosives come wailing in. They just can't quite follow up on them the way they want to.
Every time one of those candelas is going in, everyone in bathroom hits the deck, dropping down as low as they can because they know the gunfire is going to be sure to follow. And there it is, finding the mark on Boot, making sure that he stays down this time. Ajax is going to find the mark on Accusing Disc, even through the smoke, as there's a couple players still watching through the windows. With one down, Saturni is going to be hard-pressed to get res here. There's still plenty of coverage on his position, even if he is safe for now. The one tap coming out from down lobby stairs is going to end Killer Pink, who's trying to find that cross angle that they so direly need.
Hines there with a good deletion coming down those stairs, hadn't yet gotten involved in the conflict, finally does and makes a statement out of it as well, because that's Killer Pink who gets annihilated. Fleeg still holding the main service entrance right here. Ajax ducked down in kitchen. Everybody sort of turtling up as Hines now trying to take a different angle, perhaps even considering a brutal run out here as well. Instead, he's going to go check the cam and see if he can catch the members of Hastings stacking up. It won't be necessary. Ajax slings the nitro cell there and takes out Elite Moose, and then Chief Todd, the last to fall. And the magic that they had over there on Oregon does not seem to have brought itself over to Coastline.
No, they're just not finding. It's finding consistent gunfights and finding gunfights that they're losing. I like the attempts I'm seeing from Hastings. It's just they really have to just focus on droning and pinching out the realm. There's nothing that's going to get them these cross angles that they want and that they need, except for that. They're a little too focused directly on sight, finding some angles where they're actually finding good fights. As long as they're shooting against some of the players anchoring up for St. Ambrose, they're not doing a bad job of it. And they're doing a good job of using their throwables to make winning gunfights. But it's any time that they're having to fight two gunfights at once. And Hines is just the second front. He's a flank every time. That's basically the hammer to every anvil his team sets up.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's very true. And I mean, the harsh truth here is that Hastings should be looking for that, right? That's something that they should be prepared for. They need somebody in this lineup who could help them with that. A Nomad, for example, even a Gridlock could help slow the pacing of this down just a little bit. They're both very viable options. Heck, you could bring a Zero along. You just have to maintain a little bit of an eye on the cams, right? But at this point in time, you almost guaranteed that if you don't see Hines in the first, let's say, 30 seconds of the round shooting at you from somewhere, that Hines is going to be somewhere spooky, right? Waiting to sneak
he's
up
already
on
behind you.
Yeah, he's already behind you. He's like, Michael Myers. He's hiding somewhere waiting to get the kill. And you got to be prepared for that. I mean, look, here he is again. He's in the office this time, right? And the connector between office and security just lurking, waiting for his opportunity to strike. He's even checking the cameras here to get a better idea on his prey. In a way, he's far more dangerous than Michael Myers ever was. He's got access to a gun and a full CCTV network.
Yeah, imagine a Michael Myers with a gun in a CCTV network. He'd be absolutely unstoppable. And that's kind of we're getting a glimpse into that right now. Like, no more complication about that. And now he's even more mobile than he ever was before on the Oryx.
I love that.
He's just going to be
sorry. You don't often see an Oryx jump up like that, Treasury. I hate to interrupt. It's just so good. He just hops up and looks around for a second, like just hangs there. The upper body strength
he makes too. That's how I'm trying to be. That's body goals for real.
Get swole. Get Oryx swole right there.
Do it for him. There's nades coming in here, trying to scout out any players anchoring up on the bomb chassis, but it's not going to quite find Fleegs, and Fleegs is a Jaeger anyways. He's got a knack for avoiding such explosives here. About a minute and a half of the round have gone by the wayside here. Hastings moving up and taking more ground. This is the point, though, where they really have to worry about the flank, especially while moving up. That's just a crouch walk, just well within the range of this player in blue. So that's going to be another player down the count because they just didn't drone out the route that they're taking up towards the stairs. Fleeg's taking some damage here, not quite finding his mark. Ajax goes down to Satirene, that gunner, and the hope in Hastings' roster.
Well, they can still win this out. They got a big stack of bodies here in VIP, but they certainly have the means to get through, and they took down the yokai as well. But what's this? It's Hines. Preparing a Hines surprise here as a yokai actually slides into position as well to just give them that intel gift. Keep in mind that at any point in time, Hines could Kool-Aid man that wall and just come charging in right there. I don't know if he's actually going to do it, though he certainly has the capability to. And the discipline, by the way, from Hines is very impressive as Trojan goes ahead and takes down Satirene. Trojan trying to stave off entries over in Hall of Fame. Hines still waiting here for a cross angle to manifest. Elite Moose could be the victim, but Hines pulls off there at the last second. Finally fires, doesn't confirm the kill. The plant going down now, and a good bit of coverage here from Killer Pink, and here we go. Hastings looking to take a round out of this. Hines rotating around here on the left-hand side, gets murked there by Elite Moose. They kill each other, in fact. That just leaves Ancient Boot here as the sole defender is going to have to cut his way, or should I say sole defender has to cut his way through two attackers if he wants to make this stick. Ancient Boot pushing up, looks towards Hall of Fame, checks big window, heads over to the door of bathroom. There's the gun waiting for him. Chief Todd comes in, and Hastings finally puts a round on the board here on Coastline in their last attacking round.
There we go, saving face on that. No flawless for St. Ambrose. It was that hesitance. The trigger discipline was definitely very good, and I love that little mouse hole. I've never seen a mouse hole made for an Echo drone. I don't know why, because that seems like a phenomenally useful thing to have right there, and it's a nice little peek as well. But there it is. We cut Hines out of the equation. He still gets, he trades himself out, but that's around for Hastings here. And I think that's really evident towards the need to focus on the anti-roam. It would have saved a player out in blue as well, trying to go up cool vibes. If they just try to lock in his location a little earlier. It's going to be an issue that's by the wayside now, though. There would be fighting quite the opposite way as they are defending. This is nice because Heinz can't be everywhere he wants to be when he's attacking. He's going to have to choose one site to really focus on and trust in his teammates to win their gunfights elsewhere. And I think this is where Hastings is going to find their footing.
Well, I hope that your positivity pays off here for Hastings. I will give it a round or two at least before I get overly optimistic. Let's just put it at that. Kona Station's going down. They have a Thunderbird in the lineup. This lineup looking similarly suspicious to a lineup we've seen before, with a couple of variations thrown in there for fun. No Kapkan, obviously banned out, and no Kaid being brought here either. A mute from Chief Todd in replacement, and a Frostmat there as well. I'm not sure why, but I wouldn't want to step in it regardless. Let me just put it at that. So Ajax taking over the Ying duties here as a nice synchronized reinforcement of the wall goes into action right there to make sure that the lounge is secure. And certainly that will slow down any attempted hard breach coming from that side, though I doubt really that St. Ambrose is going to make much of a play on it. It looks like the entire St. Ambrose side is currently making a migration over to the balcony so they can make an assault onto Hookah. We'll see if they can pull that one together here. They do obviously have the Candelas to make it a little bit easier. And of course, Heinz on the Finca with that LMG is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, seriously, that gun's strong in anyone's hands, and I don't need to say too much more. With 6 grenades on the roster, I really hope that those are going to be used here to start clearing up Hookah Lounge itself. They've got plenty of drones to use to find the locations, and if you look at a player like that just sitting in the corner, that should be a freebie kill as soon as a drone gets into the objective.
It should be a freebie kill. It's an important thing to say right there. Accusing Disc looking down range, Sterling in hand. Fun fact, that's the gun they modeled the Stormtrooper guns off of in Star Wars, if you ever wanted to know. Yeah, we have a culture here at NECC. It's collegiate league. Learning is involved. So there's a little pop culture knowledge for you. Heinz goes vertical on the rappel, a la Dracula, waiting for the person to bite right there. Ajax running the drone in now as well, gets an idea of where the Kona position is placed and where the defenders are holding up, and that's going to give them a lot of eyes on how they want to attack this Hookah site. I think they made up their minds here. If they do have an IGL, the call has probably been made on how they want to go about this. Ajax here slow checking the doorway, but it'll be Ancient Boot who gets the kill in first. Killer Pink delivering the reply with the spear, but it's Heinz watching from the window who gets one. That's 2 more members here of Hastings down as Heinz showing us the full power there of the LMG, just chucking bullets down range like it's going out of style. But in the midst of all of it, Fleeg is getting the plant down.
Yeah, this huge stunning take of Hookah here. It's just going to be totally undeniable. Oh, barely making it past the line of fire there. Killer Pink has no health to spare, and Trojan just has to find that one last bullet to finish it off. Chief Todd has been masterful at playing objectives so far today, but playing from behind so far is going to be a tough task. He finds one on Trojan. He knows where that diffuser is. He's going to take some pre-fires right there, but it's not going to quite pierce to anybody. Heinz still has that window position and can't quite find the mark through the wall, but he's going to open up the wall quite a bit more. A C4 goes out. No, it does not. And eventually it's Fleeks who's going to find that shot through the wall. St. Ambrose has catapulted their way to the match point and the series point if they can just get this one more round to finish things out.
Just demonstrating the power of the LMG on attack right there. You set someone up on a good cutoff point like we saw right there, and they just go to town. It's something that I've noticed from both these teams, by the way, and I've been meaning to mention every single round. Neither of them have done it. The middle wall separating Hookah and Billiards should always be reinforced. You should just reinforce that de facto, Treasury, because of situations exactly like that. If your opposing team can get someone on that rappel who has the ability to cover that sightline and is not challenged, they have access to covering all the way over to Aquarium. That's how powerful that sightline is. You put one reinforcement up on that wall and you shut that sightline down. So let that be a lesson to teams here for future matches. Always try and slam a reinforcement on that wall. It's the first thing I do actually at unranked whenever I have to play Coastline. Just get a reinforcement up on that wall.
Yeah, that's going to prevent you from taking a loss to someone watching a diffuser on default plant in billiards as well, right on that bomb chassis, because otherwise a sniper or LMG user, someone with an ACOG, is just going to be able to keep consistent line of sight there, and it's impossible to fuse out from underneath them. Speaking of snipers, though, Trojan pulling out the glass and a fellow Russian operator here in fuse. So the fuse makes a lot of sense here. We see it very commonly, and the glass has to be a sign of oversight from kitchen service.
It's a pretty optimistic pick there, Treasury. You think he's a glass half full kind of guy?
I see. I was curious where you're going with that. I was like, optimistic. I guess he probably thinks he can get the kills.
It is very optimistic to play glass on round 6, by the way. It's also optimistic for Killer Pig to try and throw a Pokeball at Ajax standing on the doorway. Did not work. The Talon Shield being deployed right there. And that's going to allow Glaz to set up there with the Banana People site, presumably, and just cover down range, which is probably what they want in this specific scenario. Elite Moose, though, striking back, takes Ajax down in return. So not a bad kill at all as Fleeg unleashes the AK-12 there on the wall of VIP, looking for a kill of their own, and they won't find it. Now the Fuse begins his deadly work. The hockey pucks that explode raining down. Satyrine trying to challenge it out, takes more damage than they deliver, but it's Accusing Disc who finds Ancient Boot. Now a 4v3 for Hastings.
Elite Moose is down in sight, leaving only 2 players left for the defense. There's plenty of health available for the attackers now as Heinz has made his way into sight. That's that smoke, which is going to deliver plenty of sight only to Trojan as he moves his way up looking for another. He's going to just delete Elite Moose right there while Heinz finishes off that last bit of HP on Satyrine. Chief Todd is the only player left. He's in a 1v1 against Fleegs of anyone, and Chief Todd gets those last 2, but running out of the site there is going to spell defeat as St. Ambrose University happily picks up their quarterfinals win and moves their way up to the next round.
St. Ambrose playing a very good match right there. I give credit to credit. Hastings, they did good work. They got into the playoffs. They weren't able to make it past the quarterfinals, but the Oregon map in particular, I think, was really good for them. They should go back and look at that and see what they did. And obviously, this is something I always like to point out in these NECC matches. It's always good to use this as a learning opportunity. That's what this league is about. You're called Emergence for a reason, right down in this division. There's a lot to learn, I think, for both of these teams from these maps. So that's another good kind of thing to put in your back pocket. But big ups to St. Ambrose for playing some very deadly Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, I think with that X factor that the team has, I can see them taking on some much larger foes than they maybe have the precedent to. So I think they're definitely going to be a scary team that could end some more bracket runs. This looks like a team that might be able to just win against anyone, but that's that other side of that kind of fast is that you might lose against just about anyone, but it's a little inconsistent, but it's spectacular to watch. Just like tonight, we get to see exciting Siege round after round, even if they ended up being a little more one-sided towards the end. But I enjoyed that Oregon map so much. There was always something exciting and brand new to see. I mean, sometimes you feel like you've seen it all if you see the same default plays day in and day out, but so there's always someone to really spark something a little different there, get you thinking and be like, oh, why don't I see like echo drone holes all the time? Like what is the application for Castle on some objectives that he's not normally seen on? Because I mean, he does still bring some more utility, and it's going to shake up how another team sees it, and you know, some of those moments are going to take away rounds and even maps.
Very true. Well, we're going to take a quick break here, but we're not quite done with this broadcast yet. We'll be back with one of the members of the victorious St. Ambrose team for a little interview after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the NECC Rainbow Six Bravo stream. Sorry we took a second to get ourselves collected there, but we have in the channel with us now Heinz, the man of the hour here from our matchup from the victorious St. Ambrose side. And Heinz, pleasure to have you with us. Congratulations on your victory. And I've got to ask, how does it feel to kind of be the man in motion, the star player out there on these maps?
I mean, it was, I don't know. For me, it was kind of unexpected. I didn't know if I was going to play insanely great, and I just dropped 21 kills in the first match. So it felt great.
It's great. I gotta ask, so the first map, that was a little tense, right? On Oregon, it was a little close. Hastings was kind of nipping at your heels. I could tell that there were some moments where you guys probably, it didn't go the way you wanted it to. Going over to Coastline, did you think to yourselves, okay, we won map number 1, we've got this in the bag? Or were you guys still feeling a little unsteady there until things got going?
I would say we were 50-50. We had the confidence to go in, but we just wanted to be sure to keep our heads calm and collected, to be not like overestimate the enemy team.
That's fair. It's a sage way to look at it. Well, I know Treasury has got some questions for you as well, so I'll turn it over to him.
Yeah, so since you guys have won your quarterfinals match, your next one coming up here is against University of Rio Grande for semifinals. Obviously, that's really big right there. Do you have more coming up here? Anything you want to say about that match? It's going to be a rematch. You guys did lose them 1-2. You're going to be one of the few teams that did take that game off them. And you've got any shots to call on this one?
All I got to say is just be prepared. We're going to try to make them lose. That's all I got to say.
All right. And finally, just to round things out, you got any shout outs you want to make for anyone or anything that you've got there? Just put it out there for the people watching.
I mean, I'd just say the entire SAU esports program for just supporting me in any game I play. So.
All right. Well, congratulations one more time. Thank you so much for joining us, taking this time, and good luck. And I hope we'll have some fun seeing you guys again next week.
Yeah.